Also, guten Morgen alle, herzlich willkommen hier in Weissenhaus. It is time for the quarterfinals to start. We are in the knockout phase, so to speak, now, the second and classical phase of this super tournament. The games have kicked off promptly today, so they must have given them the positions 10 minutes before 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon right now in Weissenhaus. The players have probably eaten an early light lunch and already seen the position probably 10 minutes before 1. So the games are getting underway, and already you can see the players coming out with their first moves here. Gukesh and Firouzja both opting for the bird, and Vincent, Keymer, and Fabi each taking about 30 seconds or so to play their first move as black, or in Vincent's case, maybe even a little more than a minute. To play that first move, one of the reasons they're going to fairly quickly settle on the same move is that with this first move, f4, white threatens to take bishop takes a7. Greetings to Asher and Leviathan. Happy to have you here with me to watch the action today. I hope everybody is doing well. Hey, I think everybody is pretty excited for this. I was able to read online last night a few comments from the players, and both Magnus and Hikaru saying the same thing. They're so happy to have some thinking time now. They're happy to have gotten that rapid chess part behind them. They felt like they were in constant time pressure and never had control over the positions that they had, and were scrambling to, make decisions as the clock ran out. And so now they're really happy for the pace to slow down. And I guess it must be said, that's what I would be feeling as well. I'm happy for it to slow down. There's a couple reasons they might be happy for it, like me. One reason must be said, maybe they're kind of old dudes too at this point, right? They are the oldest players left in the competition now that Aronian has been eliminated from contention. He is playing a 9th, 10th place match today against Fedoseev. So at least those two players will get to play a couple classical games, but they won't be winning the first prize at this tournament, which is $200,000. Yeah, so apparently Leviathan had incorrect info on the pairings yesterday, which had been shown on the official stream. I was absolutely shocked and couldn't really believe that those pairings would be correct, because I thought it was essentially a certainty. I see the first error in my broadcast. At least I think my my audio is on today, so that's better than other days. Let's put the title right on the show here. I thought it, sorry, I was going to say before I noticed the problem with the title, I thought it was essentially a certainty that whoever got first pick, which it seemed was Firouzja, would have chosen Keymer. Had Firouzja not chosen Keymer, it seemed a certainty that Sindarov would choose Keymer. If somehow we were wrong about who had first pick and who had second pick. Well, Firouzja did have first pick. I've seen the video evidence. He picked Vincent immediately. Then they told Sindarov, you have second pick. And just as Sindarov was going to pick, they said, and to be clear, Keymer's not available anymore. The organizer tells him that, so like, we can't all pick Keymer. The only thing that would be surprising would be somebody not picking Keymer. After that, I disagree with anyone trying to say that picking Hikaru is surprising. It's basically a toss-up at that point. To pick Hikaru, Gukesh, or Nodirbek is just going to be based on the personal taste of the players. They are close enough in level that there's no obvious choice based on strength. It's going to be a matter of, your personal matchup and preference and so on. Hi, Sanyam, and welcome to our show. So yes, as Asher points out, there's a second possible reason that Hikaru and Magnus could be excited to play classical chess in these next 2 rounds here. As we see, an exciting move already on the board between Gukesh and Fabi. Oh no, Gukesh isn't the one who played e4, right? So f5 is not a tactical move. I was thinking that perhaps in this position, where Keymer is thinking f5 could be played, with the idea that if you play ef5, he plays bishop takes a2. So Keymer right now in deep thought, because he's got this possibility of playing f5, sort of going after the e pawn and the a pawn, a tactical move available already on move 2 here, which is tricky to evaluate. But as Asher says, a second possible reason why Magnus and Hikaru might be excited for classical is insofar as they might be chess artists. Now, a chess artist is going to want a higher quality of chess moves. They're going to want to be able to, paint. They're going to want to be able to play a great game. And that is going to require more time on the clock to do. And Vincent does play f5 after almost 6 minutes of thought here against Firouzja, so we'll see how that shakes out. So just to be clear about that thing with the time and the art, right? I was thinking about this as I was falling asleep last night, in all these debates about blitz and rapid and so forth. And one of the elements about it is, do you see chess as, sport or science or art or game, right? There's all 4 of those kind of schools of thought. And I was thinking about like this game, Steinitz versus von Bardeleben. Do some of you know the famous Steinitz versus von Bardeleben game? It's basically a game where the center is opened before von Bardeleben can castle, so Steinitz puts his pieces on the e-file, and black can't castle without losing the pinned knight on e7. And then Steinitz starts a long series of fancy tactics with a rook that's checking on like e7, f7, g7, h7. And black can never take the rook with the queen or the king because of a series of fancy tactics. It's also famous as the game where von Bardeleben supposedly left the tournament hall without saying anything. Knight b3 from Firouzja. No rook sack on move 3. Or exchange sack. Famous for von Bardeleben leaving the tournament hall on move not on move 3, they're on move 3. Leaving the tournament hall on his turn and then simply never coming back. No resigns, no nothing, right? Just walk away. But what I was thinking with that game was, I was thinking that game could never happen in like blitz or rapid. Right? You could never get a work of art of that kind. And yes, chess levels have improved over 160 years since Steinitz von Bardeleben was played, or 150 years. Yes, the chess level has improved. Yes, players like Hikaru and Magnus are able to play games at a shockingly high level at blitz or even bullet time controls. Like they can play maybe better than I play in classical chess in their blitz. I don't know if in their bullet games they always play better than me, but certainly when I look at Carlsen's blitz games on average, I think they might be better than my classical games. But for all the fact that, like, on average, those games are played at a pretty high level, none of them are works of art, not at that level, where you would study them. And I was just thinking, the level of Steinitz didn't play better than I did, but on average didn't play better than I did. But still, the level of artistry in that von Bartoleben game, for example, you would never find that in a blitz game. No one could ever play Steinitz von Bartoleben in a blitz game. You could not assess and calculate successfully, this rook e7, rook f7, rook g7, rook h7, for anyone who knows the example I'm citing. Or think of any, like, really brilliant 19th century game that has a lot of calculation in it. Just nobody can play a game of that kind of tactical style successfully in a blitz game at that level. No one has the ability, the confidence, no. So that's something which the players can do now, now that we've reached this phase, the classical phase. So insofar as any of them are artists, insofar as any of us are appreciators of art, that's what this phase is going to unlock and bring now. No, Sanyam, they're not underestimating Keymer. He's the one player who is a slight outlier right now in this final phase. You've got 7 players in the knockouts who are in the top 8 players in the world, along with Arjun Erigaisi, basically, 7 out of the top 8 players in the world. And then you've got Vincent, who's like number 20 or so, which is incredibly good, but he's not going to win this tournament ahead of all these players, and they obviously should have picked him in the first round. Okay, so Firouzja and Gukesh both getting the rook to e4 in the very beginning of this game. They've got the exact same position, with the difference being that Gukesh has used a bunch of time as white to get the same position that Firouzja got with Vincent using a bunch of time. But they've got the exact same positions. Let's have a quick click around and see what other people are playing. Sindarov versus Hikaru. Same position. Hikaru's the one who's thought about it. Magnus versus Nodirbek. Ah! Hats off. Hats off to Magnus and Nodirbek for going for the capture, the take variation. Magnus is just advertising at all times. Love it. Man. That's funny to see, right? F4, and Nodirbek says, yeah, knight b6 isn't forced. He plays f5, allows bishop a7, gets bishop a2. You can't get ahead in this variation because it's not a very violent take kind of variation because the rooks are trapped. In other words, if white took black's rook, black doesn't need to take here and get into one of these insane variations in which black's probably going to lose a pawn or more. Right? Because white's capturing first. No. Instead, very simple, black just recaptures with the king, and there's no way for white to save the rook, so black will be able to recapture without falling into without getting behind in a symmetrical position's tactics. Normally, a series of captures do not work out for black in symmetrical positions. You just can't keep the symmetry forever, and you lose tactically at some point. But here you can, and after bishop a2, of course, there's not really any rush to take even, and Magnus now plays e4, like on the other boards, preparing also for this rook lift. The rook lift, which is very unusual and seems nigh crazy to start a chess game with a rook on, e4 or d4 type of square. But here, let's look at one of the positions. Let's look down below us for a second at a position where the rook is already on e4. And let's talk about why is that rook on e4. One of the main reasons is that there's no knight move immediately to attack it, right? So then the other question would be bishop d5. Could be a move to attack the rook. That's less of an issue on Magnus's board, right? Where the bishops are going to be traded on b1 and b8. So on Magnus's board, a rook on e4 is going to be entirely undisturbed. On the other three boards we've seen, yeah, I wonder about, bishop d5 from black. Won't that be a good move, and won't that target the rook? The advantage that the white players are trying to get by playing the fast e4 is they're trying to get a backward e-pawn, where they control the e5 square, and black can't achieve as much space as white. Also, even if black found a moment to play e5 at some point in one of these boards, the rook on e8 is going to be undefended, so that pawn won't be able to capture, and white could, for example, just build up the attack against that pawn, and the pawn is going to be endangered, right? Throughout, under pressure. This is what happened to Gukesh against Magnus yesterday in a similar position, right? He had the undefended piece on the file, so Magnus double attacked his pawn and sort of took over that part of the game. Here comes bishop d5 from Fabi, as predicted, or as wondered about by me. It seems like you get a tempo on the rook and you bother that queen and pawn. They can't come out in the most obvious way. So presumably the rook's going to fall back, and at some point white's going to hope that knight e3 is like a drop of tempo for white. The question's going to be, can the bishop hang out on c6, or would white be able to track it down with knight a5, eventually, and be able to develop the queen more harmoniously. A little bit weird that the white players all came up with this same approach of putting the rook on e4. I guess it's because they group analyzed together, even in this phase, for 10 minutes. Feels like it must be some kind of group think to arrive at that same idea. Let's go further with Nodirbek versus Magnus. Nodirbek threw in the capture on b1 and then takes on e4. Magnus is now thinking, you have to be careful. You don't want to play rook e4 and leave this hanging forever if there's some kind of tactical move where the knight comes out with a threat at some point. Also, Magnus might have the idea of, maybe g3, queen e4, or knight g3, knight e4. So there's other things he could look at. I mean, at first blush, it looks like black will counter with d5 if you play something fancy like g3 or knight g3. But, it's worth double checking because white would have bishop g4 check then. And seemingly the only acceptable move for black e6. And then you could just look if there is any kind of juice, right? So, like the idea that I would mean in that kind of a position would be something like, let's say knight g3, d5, bishop check. So already if black plays knight d7, they lose heavy material, right? Because the king gets overworked defending these pieces. So they got to play e6. And then here, white could have a move like f5. Maybe there's enough tactical juice for f5 to be something, right? Or, maybe you could hit black from d3 going after e6 or something like that. So there could be some reason to calculate this as white. I think ultimately he's going to play rook e4. I don't expect that those tactics work out for white. But in a classical game, you can spend 2 minutes looking at it because it would be nice to put this knight on e4. Really nice compared to a rook, it must be said. Even though they're all bringing their rooks to e4, you saw Gukesh's rook just retreat with its tail between its legs straight back to e1. So he was willing to give up that tempo to get that e-file, right? But it was not ideal. He would rather have his knight on e4 and not move the rook twice. queen g8. The queen looks to emerge for Fabi. Faster than white's queen can at the moment. And in this position, Magnus is still thinking about it. Right, so Fabi chose black. Yeah, so basically the top 4 players, they got to choose their opponent and their color. Of course, once the top 3 had chosen, Magnus didn't have any choice left. Nodirbek was the only opponent remaining for him to choose, and he chose white. The only player who chose black for the first game was Fabi. He was the only one who wanted black. The other players who had the choice all chose to start with white. They want to put their opponents on the back foot. They want to win the first game and get them depressed. I mean, obviously players of this caliber don't get like extremely depressed from losing one game, but Magnus plays g3, folks, allowing d5. Yeah, indeed, Leviathan. If they'd done the full capturing variation here in this game, it would have been very funny. But, as I said, not logical for black to get involved in that, since it would probably be bad for black. But this g3 move from Magnus, wow. A move you would never see in a blitz game, right? As I was talking about before. Never see it in a blitz game. Now, why Fabi chose black, you know, what his thinking was that was different than the other players, that I can't quite tell you. Maybe he thinks it's even more depressing to lose your first game with white, and he's planning to win his first game with black. Or maybe he wants to see if he can hold with black and then decide how aggressively to play as white. Yeah, JW, you can definitely have whatever skepticism you want about the idea of calling it a world championship. For sure. Oh, you know what? I have an idea what Magnus might be about with g3 instead of knight g3. Yeah, I mean, I would invite you to enjoy the event anyway, and you're here, so you probably will and are. But, you know, if the best players in the world are going to play chess, then we might as well enjoy it, I guess, right? Okay, here's what I'm thinking maybe could be an idea from Magnus. In case of d5, I think maybe d3... takes, and maybe queen d5, maybe bishop b8 first. But I think this would be the idea. To sack a pawn this way. And pawn takes, you could take with bishop or knight. I think maybe knight, because the bishop's got 2 really good squares here and gets this piece out. And in this position, we're really feeling the lack of black's light squared bishop. Right? So against knight b6, I mean, we'd probably be sacking in exchange here. Right? I don't know, bishop here, here, maybe rook e6, here. Is this working? This is working, right, folks? Yeah, so he doesn't even have to take on b8 here. He can trade on b6. He can keep this tension. Here, black would have to give back one of the two exchanges from that double exchange stack. Right? Put the king here. And now, I was thinking, I'm just going to play knight b5 mate. Honestly, even here with just a single exchange stack, it looked like black was done. You could probably play knight d5 mate as well, if you want to get this other one involved. This is a funny position. It looks brutal. I guess maybe black can keep playing a little bit this way, so it's better to have knight b5 taking away the a7 flight square. Right, so we'll go knight d4. If anybody needs convincing that white's better here, I don't think anyone does, but... Okay, let's play something simpler right here. We'll go check. King here. Check. Oh, then the king can get to d7, huh? Huh, so there's not an instantaneous checkmate here. I mean, I would argue that the knights are better than the rook and bishop, but it's true that we didn't actually hit an instantaneous checkmate in this line, huh? Interesting. I mean, I 100% believe in white's position. It's funny. But yeah, I don't have checkmate, do I? Well, then maybe I should bring the other knight after all. Rook a8. Give this check. King here. Comes here, bring the other knight there. Well, I don't know, it's not instantly over. Huh. I guess this is over now. Pretty much, actually, because we go like check here, here, and no one can save the king from this. Anyway, these are slightly long variations. Super fancy, super cool. But yeah, Nodirbek has just elected not to play d5. And honestly, those lines were lines you might reject fairly quickly as black. Once you get the gist of them, you would not calculate out all the way to an instantaneous, to like a complete win for white. You would get the sense like, oh, this is like terrible. I'm not going into this. All right, so Merle's made a suggestion for Nodirbek here. What if we play like Fabi and just let the pawn go and start bringing our queen towards the middle of the board? Super logical, right? Basically, with that light squared bishop gone, it makes sense to come and cover light squares. And to some extent, what Nodirbek did reflects a similar consideration as Merle's suggestion of queen g8, although it's a different move. c6, this is also a move that's preparing to control light squares in the absence of this light squared bishop that's been traded. Because one of the things about bishop a2, bishop a7 as the opening is it basically guaranteed a middle game with opposite colored bishops. Now, a middle game with opposite colored bishops is going to be violent and tactical, and black is going to have to be very careful to cover their light squares with their pawn structure. It's also guaranteed us a middle game where we know where the kings are housed, right? They're going to be on b1 and b8. So your opponent knows where the kings are going to be. They've got white, so some ability to get ahead in time, some possibility to have the initiative. And they know they're going to be opposite colored bishops, so they know right away that if they can hammer away at the light squares, you simply can't defend. So yeah, it is very important for black to set up some light square defense. And actually, my instinct is that this variation that Nodirbek chose as black is going to be very, very risky overall. There's a very high chance of a Magnus attack against his king this game. Very, very high already. So c6, what does it do as well? It also allows this bishop some scope, right? It's a developing move. The bishop could be very good tucked on b6, on c7, or it could come out to b6. Take that nice diagonal. Also, black can now play knight b6, and perhaps in general, he wasn't wanting to play knight b6 because of not taking the rook, but this move. And just his king becoming so weak, and the rook is kind of trapped in here, so it might not... This might just be a fine exchange sack in almost every position, just because the rook on b8 is so hard to use and the king so hard to cover, right? So c6 allows him to finally play this developing knight b6 move, force Magnus to release the tension. A part of it might be just that, just trying to play knight b6 without allowing an exchange sack. Now, I think there's one more move that's been played. Yep, queen e4 from Magnus instead of rook e4. See how that's better than the clunky rook? They say don't bring your queen out, but honestly, rooks in the center are clunkier than queens. Did you guys know that? In general, it doesn't come up so much in standard chess, right? You don't have a lot of chances to put your rook on e4 in the first 3 or 4 moves of a game, whereas you do have openings like the center counter or the center game, or those lines in the Sicilian where white takes on d4 with the queen instead of the knight, right? So you do have some opportunities in normal chess to see the queen in the middle of the board, and so everybody understands, okay, she's not that good there. Actually, rooks are worse there than queens. So some of you may have just learned something today. I'm very certain of this. Here's why. First of all, a queen is more nimble than a rook, so when attacked in the center of the board by a minor piece or a pawn, a rook or a queen has to give way. But the rook's going to have less choices. The queen's a little more nimble and can sometimes find a useful square that the rook can't. That's one reason. Second reason is that a rook is the only piece that doesn't attack more squares when you put it in the center than when you have it like in the corner. A rook always attacks 14 squares, in theory. It depends on where lines are blocked off, right? But a queen, like a bishop, it's less likely to be in the center than a pawn or a knight, but it does benefit from being in the center. It gets more squares than when it's in the corner. So there is a slight incentive. And what you'll see is there are openings in normal chess. Let me show you one over here. If we go to normal chess for a second. Oh, this isn't normal chess. This is Fischer random as well. All right, let's click on a game of mine that is normal chess. And I'll show you an example of a queen in the center, which is considered pretty good in normal chess. You guys know the Scotch opening. This is played by white generally. At levels all the way up to world championship matches by Kasparov. And this queen on d4 is considered well placed here. There's no longer knight c6 to tempo it. This line is actually considered mildly dubious for black. And the reason is that the queen actually benefits from being in the center, right? Compared to on the back rank or on the corner. Her attack on this d4 to h8 diagonal is slightly uncomfortable for black. Her control over e5, allowing you to push e5 against black pieces on f6 or d6, that this line is considered good for white, right? So that is why queens are a little bit better in the center than rooks. Okay, g6 played. Magnus thinking now. It could be time to take on b8. You know, you could do a Magnus thing here. You've got this tactic available. I don't think Magnus would do it, but you could, because it's burning energy. Because it's burning energy, you know, the queen on e4 is better than the queen on h8 at the moment, and this is, you're burning time and energy to do it. But he could go to an opposite colored bishop endgame. And Magnus is the greatest player, I think, in the history of opposite colored bishop endings with, you know, one or two other pieces on the board. He's very, very good at them. I don't think he's going to go for the queen trade, but it is already there and available. Meanwhile, on the other board, we see Gukesh just tanking, right? Just tanking. I mean, he's been thinking, what, 20 minutes about this position? I mean, you would think he would just have to play knight e3, and instead, you know, he's thinking for hours. This is classical, but you're not supposed to burn 20, 30 minutes on one move in classical unless it's the move that decides the game. Obviously, Gukesh goes his own way with time management in classical as well as Fischer random classical. So, you know, it may be a Gukesh thing, but normally when you see him burning up tons of time, folks, in classical chess, it's in positions that seem appropriate to me, right? He's aiming for a higher quality level and more calculation than a lot of other players, so it does stand out. But at least, like, I know why he's thinking, and I generally approve, you know? I may or may not use the exact time as him, but I understand, okay, it makes sense to be using your time here and now. With this position, it's too soon. The positions where he's thinking normally in classical are critical positions, right? They're like positions that could have a huge impact on whether you win or lose. This position here, I mean, I don't think there's any move he has that wins or loses yet, other than moving the g-pawn that my mouse is over. And honestly, I don't see an idea for him other than knight e3, which makes it even weirder for him to be tanking. I suppose in theory he could move this bishop out to develop the queen this way, but that would just say that his opening was bad, right? To say that bishop d5 was a good tempo for black. You know, and then bring his bishop out with a similar move, you know, saying he's just down a couple tempi, would certainly look kind of bad. Knight e3 is the only move, literally the only move that I see that has any logic to it. So I'm pretty perplexed, and Magnus has moved. He's gone knight e3, developing, still not deciding this tension here. You know, nice, fine developing move. He's clearly planning to place the queen on a4 if and when she gets tempoed. Well, I don't know. It's like clear that he's got to go to that exact one square. But okay, in general, he's cut off some of her retreats back to sort of a central quarterbacking square. So it's indicated a general willingness from Magnus to post the queen on the side of the board where the kings are, which is desirable, period. You know, that's where I expect the queen. Asher's very convinced that Nodirbek will now play bishop c7. And I think Asher thinks the big advantage of bishop c7, folks, is that if you recapture on b8 with your bishop instead of your king, you can still castle to that other further side of the board. So let's say white followed with a move like knight b3 and black played knight e6. Black would already be able to play castles king side, so to speak, castles long side, castles g side over here. I'm not sure how easy it is to engineer a favorable version of this, however, Asher, because at the moment, even though you can castle over there, the moment you do, Magnus does have the move f5, and then your king won't have much pawn cover. He will be reunited with his long-lost wife, but, I mean, if I don't know what I should do for white here to develop my game. Normally I would play like bishop g4, and then you would say, oops, the knight's not that good here, or I don't know. But let me just put the king on on this side of the board, so we can talk about how desirable is it truly to get here. Let's play f5. Pawn takes, knight takes. The king reaches the queen, but could still use some pawn cover. So this version I didn't play necessarily well for black, but you see knight e7 and queen g4 incoming, and there's already some discomfort for black. Okay, knight e6 might have been slightly awkward, but you know, what did you want me to do to get the king over here quickly? The alternative is moving this d pawn. And moving this d pawn to put the knight on a different square, you always have to reckon with weakening some light squares for the opposite bishop. And by now, e6, I mean, white might even just sack. Maybe not. It's maybe a bit much to sack. Yeah. Maybe a bit much. Maybe something like this is playable, but it's a little hard for me to imagine us successfully playing knight d7 with the pressure that would be on this pawn. Like, let's say white plays queen b4. Now to castle, you also need to keep white from controlling the f8 square. But in general, it's hard to imagine successfully playing knight d7 without the pressure on e6 being too much. So I don't know for sure that there's going to be an easy way to castle over this way in the short term. But as Asher says, even if we don't castle over there quickly, having that extra option with bishop takes b8, just having that as a move that white has to always reckon with and either try to, you know, prevent or be ready for, may be a valuable thing to preserve. We don't know exactly how much it's worth to preserve castling. In normal chess, it's definitely worth something. So it makes sense that here in Fischer Random, it could also be worth something. So what Asher is saying certainly makes sense. I do have Sensei evals show me the speed below. And good morning to you, Jake. I think that white starts off better in all the positions, but I was actually about to change one of them, which is I think Gukesh has already lost any advantage he could have had here. And after a million years, he plays this very lame move, bishop f2. And yeah, I don't think he has any advantage. And I want to go check the other boards that played similar openings to Gukesh and see what any of these other players like Firouzja came up with. Firouzja has followed in Gukesh's footsteps and is thinking 20 minutes about what to do after c6 instead of bishop d5. Bizarre, so that's not going to teach us too much, other than that Gukesh is not alone in wasting his time. Now, here's the right approach. Sindarov. Pretty obvious. Queen g8, the same move from Naka that we got from Fabi, and knight e3 from Sindarov, bishop f7. Obvious, right? So Sindarov is the only person, you know, potentially playing for an advantage with white here. So we're going to confirm Sindarov advantage. And then there is maybe one other game, but I have to switch sections of the tournament to find the game between Levon and Fedoseev. They've played more moves, so maybe they're a little more relaxed than the others. Fedoseev used a different approach, f6, e5, so we don't have a wandering rook. Levon grabs space and trades light squared bishops. He's holding the e4 square for his pieces. And they're using equal amounts of time on this board, you know, 18 minutes each. And yeah, I think Fedoseev is doing fine on that board. I don't think there's like I don't feel like a big advantage for Levon, although he definitely has a concept of what he's playing for there. All right, let's go back to the knockout stage. And Let's maybe a wait. Maybe we should watch Sindarov since I like how he's playing this position best at the moment. Bring up the Sindarov game. Oh, that's strange. Normally they've got very good production values. You shouldn't have that kind of... That shouldn't be the kind of problem that you get on the official stream. But tell me, muhahaha's, you had watched with us here on some earlier streams. What were you watching the official stream for versus our stream? And I don't mean this in a like, hey, why would you leave me kind of way. I'm just curious, like, what were you looking for, in the sense that it might give me some clue as to something I could do better, you know, just curious. Just curious if I could pick up any clues or pointers there. Okay, so Nodirbek played bishop to b6, not c7. And that, I guess, has the idea of tucking the knight on c7, where it will cover all kinds of light squares. Really keep white's dangerous bishop at bay. But it does mean the king stayed on b8 instead of keeping open the possibility of heading to the far side. Knight b3 from Magnus, simple developing move. One thing Magnus can hit at is the b7 square, right? With knight c4 at some point, and then a knight coming to a5. You do have to watch out for knight c4 d5, I think. Right, knight c4 d5. I think, you know, you don't lose a piece if you go to this endgame, but I don't necessarily think you want the endgame. It is more appetizing with a knight on e5 and this pawn backward. So I suppose it could come under consideration. I don't think this would be like absolutely dead equal. I think you could play this as white, but he may not want to go into that queen trade just yet. Really? Terrible production? I would thought they put a lot into it. Pomp and circumstance, yeah. Yeah, so you're looking for variety and curiosity. I would have done the same thing. If I were you, I would have wanted to see both. Bishop f3 from Sindarov. He takes over the diagonal. Potential pressure against b7, right? With g3 and knight a5 or knight c5. It makes a lot of sense, Javokir. It makes a lot of sense. Unlike how Gukesh is playing, the way Sindarov is playing makes a lot of sense to my mind. Yeah. Yes, live video would be very nice, JW. I asked them for the live video. They said I could have it, but then didn't get around to sending it to me because they've got a million things they're doing. You know, the number of details, the organization, everything that they're up to. I mean, I think they're doing things to a very high, impressive level. So I'm not surprised that someone was too busy to send me access to the webcams, but I would like to have that, of course. It would be a nice thing. I am kind of using most of my real estate here, so I'm not exactly sure where I would put it, but I would, you know, I'd hopefully put it somewhere. Hopefully I'd find a spot. By the way, folks, I don't have any standings up today because the scores in all these matches are 0-0. Is that reasonable? Does that make sense? We're playing 2-game matches today and tomorrow in classical chess. These are quarterfinals. So 4 of these players will advance to the semifinals and 4 of them will be stopped in 5th through 8th place. I think I did see that they might still play 5th through 8th place matches, though, which would be really cool. Let me confirm that for you. Let me see. So we're going to go Grand Slam, all rounds. No, Grand Slam, 5th through 8th place. Yeah. So we're going to get to see a lot of chess throughout this event. We're going to get to see a lot of chess throughout this event. They're not just going to have the finals match in the end. They're making some improvements, honestly, over last year's GOAT Challenge, right? Last year's GOAT Challenge, they had a 3rd place match, but all the players who lost in the first round were not only eliminated from winning the tournament at that point, but they were done playing the tournament, right? So there would only be 2 games at a time for days 3 through 6. Now we're going to have all these players, except for Levon and Fedoseev, they're playing their 9th, 10th place match today, then they're done. But all the players who lose today are still going to play in 5th through 8th place matches in 2 days. Sorry, those who lose over this first 2-day match, those who lose tomorrow, will still continue playing, so we'll continue to have more high-quality chess. And that makes sense. You're giving the players $1 million. Let's see them all keep playing, Beautiful. Beautiful. It's 1 classical round per day, exactly, P-Morg. Yeah, 1 classical per day. So a nice improvement in the tournament format, having the players keep playing. After they can't win first place, they can still keep playing chess. You brought the 10 best players in the world somewhere, essentially, minus Erigaisi. You might as well have them just keep playing all week, right? While they're there. I hear you, Sonia. I hear you. Yeah, at least they spent money on Leko and Polgar. Those are great commentators. Keenan, my understanding is that if you play in dojo tournaments, you will automatically be in the standings for dojo, for the Dojo Liga. There are also some team events that we play on Lichess. Is that what you want to join? You want to join the Chess Dojo team on Lichess and play in some of these team arenas there? I'm not very well versed at using the Lichess website, but I did manage to join the team, so I believe you could manage it too. I think you find the right team, but where do I play in them? Like the team matches or Chess Dojo tournaments? Yeah, the GOAT Challenge last year, Muhahahas, it was a great event. When I watched it, I wasn't thinking improve this, improve that. I loved it. And yet that said, in the cold, hard light of reason, I see that this was a big improvement they made. So props to them. Yeah, there are classical games, and that's what you want to get into. Yeah. Okay, I can give you a link for that, Keenan. I just needed to know what you were looking for because it's getting to be there's so much stuff in Chess Dojo that it can be harder to find, but also I don't immediately know what you're looking for, right? So let me get you a link to that. Basically, there are 2 different options. One is the Open Classical, which is, I'm not sure I can post links on YouTube, but I'm going to try. There's the Open Classical, which is that. And then there is the Round Robins, which is like this. And those are 2 different classical chess paced tournaments. If you're on the chessdojo.club website, there are various headers like newsfeed, training plan, scoreboard, tournaments, and you want to go under tournaments in general to find those, we also, Keenan, have classical games that run in an arena every Friday night to Saturday night, US time. Keenan sounds like a name that might be from somewhere in the UK. So for you, it might start, at 4 a.m. on Saturday and run all day Saturday. We call it Friday Night Fights because it starts Friday night for us in the US. And it's a 24-hour classical arena. I do commentary for the first several hours, typically. And players are thinking, right? I haven't missed a move here as I'm answering Keenan. And so that's a third tournament where you can play weekly classical chess in the Chess Dojo. Hi, Giacomo. Thanks for joining us and for the friendly comment. Which pod was amazing? Because I don't know for sure the schedule at which they come out. We've recorded like 3 podcasts in the last 2 weeks. I think the podcast with Joel Sneed about goals might be the last one that's been published. I'm not sure. Chess Monkey asked me my opinion about this variant. Chess Monkey finds it super weird. I love this, Chess Monkey. This is what I want professional players to play, is slow time control Fischer random. It's also what I personally want to play myself. I don't want to play classical anymore. I don't want to spend my time memorizing opening variations. I don't want my opponents to spend their time memorizing opening variations. I just want to play. And you can see the skill level difference immediately. Like there's a gap here that seems to me to be apparent immediately between like Sindarov and Gukesh, for example. Like look at this miserable thing Gukesh does. He plays e4, rook e4, retreats, and then just says, yeah, I moved my rook back and forth. Fabi can take over. Now he's looking at some sad way to like defend this pawn and go down another tempo, right? Well, you can't play g3 because of this, right? So what's he going to do? If you see this guy play bishop e2 to e3 or bishop f2 to g3 after just spending a move on bishop f2, it's just miserable, right? And then black's going to bust open with e5 and you're going to say, okay, well that, there's somebody who's not very skilled at playing the opening without some theoretical crutches. Compare that to what Sindarov does against the same approach, right? He plays the same rook e4 thing, but he has a plan to it. He goes knight e3. He says, bishops are slightly more valuable than knights, so I have to retreat from your bishop, but you also have to retreat from my knight. Then I take over the development lead, as I should, as white, right? Hey, Keenan, on one of those pages I sent you, I saw a big button near the top that said something like register or join the wait list. The round robins fire off whenever they're full. So basically, you put yourself on the list as soon as there are 8 players in your cohort waiting for the tournament to start. The tournament starts. The Open Classical has more of a schedule. It starts on a certain day. It runs 6 rounds. And then there's a 2-week break, and then the next one starts. So every 2 weeks, every 2 months, another tournament starts. Okay, cool, Giacomo. Good to know you like the one with goals with Joel and goals. Sanyam, why do I say just professional players? I mean, I wouldn't keep everyone else from playing it. I wouldn't say that people who want to play Fischer Random have to keep playing the old chess. But if somebody's rated 1200, here's the difference between a professional and a 1200 partly on this question, Sanyam. 1200 players in general are not bored of normal chess. That's one difference. Professional players generally are, right? One of the reasons I don't want to play professional chess, I'm kind of bored of getting, let's say, the same Rui Lopez 100 times, or the same Queen's Gambit declined 100 times, right? At some point, you've played, the exchange Queen's Gambit 500 times in your life, that pawn structure, right? With the pieces on the same squares. And you're like, well, if at least your pieces came out to, bishop on h2 and knight on b3, there would be something a little bit different to play around with. The game would be more difficult for you and your opponent. If you look at top levels like Carlsen, Nodirbek, Sindarov, Nakamura, right? 4 2,700 players in front of our eyes here. When these guys play in classical tournaments, they have a draw rate that's between 75 and 80%. So something's wrong there, right? They're playing too well for the difficulty level of normal chess, actually. One could argue that they're playing slightly too well for it and that there's room to make it more exciting by increasing the difficulty. Also, since their opponents are professional and knowing the opening is so valuable at that level because the skill level is so high that if you get a big advantage in the opening, you're almost always like holding that advantage. The other player could play the entire game without ever having a single possibility to win the game, which is kind of lame. Because the skill level is higher, the weight of every error is higher, and so the pressure to get the opening right is higher. On the other hand, at 1200, they can make an opening mistake and they can still come back and not only draw the game, but win the game, right? So the fact that a 1200 is not bored, the fact that a 1200 can successfully play in tournaments against other 1200s without ever learning any opening theory and not even suffer 1% because of it, it literally won't affect their results. Those are reasons that players at that level do not need to play Fischer random. They could if they're so inclined and they want to, right? But like Chess Monkey, for example, is an example of somebody who doesn't feel inclined to do so. So I wouldn't force them to do it. I wouldn't keep them from doing it either. But for the top players, it really just doesn't make sense for them to be playing so much classical chess anymore compared to Fischer random. That's my opinion on it. So that's what I see. Well, Merles, it looks like without openings, Sindarov might be better at the opening than Gukesh, and Gukesh is probably going to be better at calculating than Sindarov. He's probably going to have some advantages. He is the world champion, but he's playing this opening miserably, right? It does seem to some extent, Merles, like the gap between Sindarov and the top 10 players is smaller in Fischer random than in normal chess, does it not? I mean, he got first place in a rapid tournament against these guys. Okay, granted, it was rapid, not classical. It was still 9 rounds he played against the top 10 players in the world. And he came out on top, right? And some people hadn't heard of Sindarov before this month. Okay, some of us, who track prodigies had heard of him. But, he does not appear to be a top 10 player yet in classical chess. And what if that's simply that he hasn't yet built up a database of opening research that's as big as Hikaru's or Magnus's? And what if you take away that database, he's as good as the top 2 players in classical chess, right? What then? Well, I mean, then I'd much rather watch them play this than just see, oh yeah, Hikaru knows more moves by heart than him, so Hikaru never loses, because he just plays a bunch of opening theory and never gets a bad position. But yes, the early results here suggest that Sindarov is stronger, relatively speaking, in Fischer random, thus that, in classical chess, he's being held back by the other player's opening knowledge. It's protecting them from his good play in the middle game. Look, Magnus's queen has ended up on a square on the queen side, like I said, even without getting attacked. Look at that. Nodirbek didn't even attack the queen with a pawn or a knight or anything, and she already chose to head over here, getting out of the way of the d5 move, and planning to put knights on, maybe a5 and c5. Start striking at b7 and d7. I think Magnus has a very nice position. Looks dangerous for Nodirbek. Right, so we've only missed one move here. It was knight to c7, which is the logical move with the bishop here. But now Magnus immediately pokes him with queen to b4. And tempo-wise, he might just want to trade off one of these knights because they're coming in anyway. I mean, what else does he want to do with this bishop? It will also change the structure if he takes on e3, which I sort of think he might, because I don't think Magnus can play rook e3, knight d5, right? I don't know that there's any tactical juice here for Magnus that would allow him to do something like this. So I think he'd have to change the pawn structure with fe, and then black could maybe break with e5, you know, which makes this knight better, this rook and queen better. Maybe that gets black into the game nicely, but black is going to have to keep their eye on knight c5. I mean, it's all about this threat for Magnus here. Yeah, so queen b4 looks pleasant for Magnus. By the way, it was hard to see Sindarov's move. It was kind of a sneaky move, but he just moved the rook from b1 to d1 over on this board here. That was the simple improving move. You know, we could have also seen d3 or d4 or g4, I think, is potentially a space gaining move for Sindarov, but he simply says, yeah, the king's going to belong over here, so let me get that tempo done, stay flexible, and see whether Hikaru's playing, you know, bishop c7 or e5 or knight g6, etc. But I think Sindarov's playing this opening very well, putting a maximum pressure on Hikaru, even if the pressure is less obvious than Magnus's pressure at the moment. It's more of like a subtle, like I'm getting ahead kind of pressure, right? Look at his development compared to Hikaru's, right? And he's already paid the tempo for castling. One of his rooks is on a semi-open file. G3, dealing with that threat. Bringing the queen's influence to bear. You know, you have to be careful about using this d-pawn because of sacks on c6. Hikaru gets castled as well now. So there's kind of like a sneaking pressure from Sindarov, and maybe the plan now would be d4, d5 quickly to improve the scope of these pieces. But there's kind of a lurking pressure just in the fact of him getting slightly better mobilized, right? It's a lurking pressure. This knight needs to come out, but this bishop on g1 is just as good as the bishop on f7 almost, right? It's fine as long as the queen can come to g2. He doesn't need to spend a move on bishop f2. So this is kind of like the most obvious idea. I could also see queen g2 as being a nice improving move and a little more flexible. But the thing about d4 is it blocks this bishop, so you need to be able to keep pushing that plan, or you're going to maybe sit on a Marazzi bind for a while with it. All right, I turn my eyes back to the discussion we had over here. And see what the comments here are in chat. That's right, Sanyam. There are players who are not at professional levels who get outplayed in the opening and would like to play chess without opening theory as well because of that. And especially often, Sanyam, there's a big group of players who, let's say, played chess when they were young. Then they hit sort of like a middle-age phase where they've got like a lot of career demands and maybe family and kids, and they can't play much chess. And then the kids grow up a little bit and need a little bit less, and they return to a beloved hobby, right? So we're talking people who might be about like 45, 50, 55 years old, something in that range. And they start playing chess again, and they don't remember the openings that they studied when they were, 15 to 25 years old, let's say. And it can be an annoying thing. Oh, look, I predicted Nodirbek's move. It can be an annoying thing for them to come back to chess and have the weight of all that opening theory, that feeling of needing to catch up and not being able to play right at that level where they were at before. And I think that's a big group of players who would also, despite not being professionals, have some interest in Fischer random tournaments. I do think, Giacomo, that Fischer was right about it, yes. The draw rate for GMs in Fischer random chess is being asked by Things from Space to compare to that 75 to 80%. I don't know for sure what it is either, Things from Space, but I'm going to give you a very vague guess, okay? Don't take this as data. Take this as I've watched 2 or 3 tournaments and I'm kind of doing some guesswork. I think the draw rate is probably somewhere in the 40 to 50% range in Classical. It could be as low as 20 or 30. It could be as high as 60. But I don't think I'm off by like 50%. I think it's somewhere around 40, low 40%. That's just a guess. But you can see that would be dramatically different than 75 to 80%. And I think it is dramatically different. Certainly lower than 80. Yeah. All right. I also want to see official 960 ratings, Merles, or even if they're not official, at least for somebody to calculate them, right? And DG, you think Gukesh somehow managed to do well in the opening? In this game here, DG, you think his position's okay right now against Fabi? It's weird that Magnus is thinking so long about this recapture on E3. Does that mean he has another move with knight A5? There's no way Magnus needs 10 minutes to calculate this, right, folks? Let's give one of the top 5 players in chess history proper credit. Nor Magnus nor Philidor would spend 10 minutes calculating knight D5. Bishop E3, if he's thinking, he must be considering some other move other than D takes E3. And this is the other move that now comes to mind. He might want to throw this move in before knight D5 tempos his queen off of B4. Because even if he plays DE3, Nodirbek might play knight D5 before E5, kick the queen so that these knight moves don't have any impact, right? The queen goes somewhere like A4, then he plays E5, and Magnus doesn't have his target or his focus there, right? So bishop E3, I bet he's thinking about knight A5. And the point is, you're kind of inducing some kind of a weakness here, right? The question is, can black go knight B5 instead of making a pawn weakness? And then you could play rook E3 or FE or DE3. If you play rook E3, black comes in here trying to equalize out by getting into the endgame. That said, this endgame is mildly better for white with the Fischer ending, right? Bishop and rook against knight and rook, and the slightly backward e-pawn, and all these pawns are on light squares to shield black in the middle game from white's bishop, but in the endgame it means white can pressure all those pawns, right? So Magnus could get an endgame position of this sort, maybe with like d4 and, a little bit of an edge for white. I think he's looking at knight a5, yeah. I agree with you, Multi. The rating list might not be super good if it were just based on the games of the top 10 players at Weissenhaus and the GOAT Challenge, etc. You would want a bigger ecosystem of ratings to have more accurate ratings. But even if it's not a great list, we've got to move from Magnus. He took back with the pawn. Okay. Even if it's not a great list, I would like a list, right? Like I would settle for a not great list at the moment. 2 people in chat both telling me that if queen d4, white would just play c4, and it would be a great move for white. Maybe so. Presumably, black then plays queen d6, queen b3. And you've still got this, huh? I'm lurching around here tactically. I have not forced a queen trade. The situation's pretty weird here. a very, very weird situation, right? This kind of a thing here. Maybe queen f5 at this point. And the lack of white's c-pawn hurts white a bit in the endgame. Obviously, white's still kind of nice with the rook and bishop. Actually, maybe you can just win that f5 pawn immediately, and huge advantage for white. Yeah. Sindarov looks pretty decent. It seems like Sindarov would be higher in freestyle rating, right? Yeah, it does. Okay, d takes e3, and as predicted, this is met by knight d5 before Magnus can really play knight a5 or c5 with any major bite. I could see Magnus potentially coming back to d4 now, saying, hey, ed4 me. You know, let's just grind this endgame. I could definitely see that now that the dreams of checkmating on b7 seem fairly dimmed. And basically all that he's gotten, out of the foray to the queen side is he's gotten a bishop versus knight advantage, right? He's forced that bishop takes e3 trade. But it's not nothing. In the hands of Magnus, that's not nothing, right? Thing is, black probably plays e5 here, not queen d4. Right? And says, yeah, how about we trade queens here on e5 on my terms? That doesn't look very good for Maggie. So he's going to need to come up with an idea here for keeping a position that's suitable for his bishop. Because black definitely positionally wants this e5 break here, and it looks like black's going to get it one way or another. I mean, white can't control that e5 square anymore, so e5 is coming. Honestly, I think Nodirbek might equalize with e5 in the near future. In fact, I'm just going to make a guess, actually. I mean, I haven't yet seen what Magnus comes up with, but I'm going to guess that Nodirbek is able to play e5 in the next 2 moves and actually gets basically an equal position despite the lurking presence of that bishop. I just think white's going to be a little bit weak. This e-pawn, I think, is going to be kind of crummy. Black's going to get good influence in the center. Well, you know, but he'll maybe play bishop f3, right? Like, let's say we played a really passive move for Maggie, so to speak. You know, just solid would be another word for it. And then after this, we play something like bishop f3, just poking at the knight. And, you know, if it retreats, then we play like knight here. Because the rook is defended, we can answer ef4 with ef4 now, right? And we don't get a bad structure. Maybe there's a little nag. Maybe there's a little nag. I'm just gonna say I would still prefer to be white, just to have a bishop versus a knight. You see me waffling here. You see the human eval just jiggling a little between 0 and 0.15 in my brain, but that's how, you know, a player sort of figures out what's going on little by little in these kind of positions. I am also trying to follow multiple games and chat threads, which is a little bit of an overload. So Sindarov does go for d4 here, the most principled move. He did think about it for almost 7 minutes, and I think his goal is to play d5. I'm just going to play king b8 for black to check if he can actually play d5 tactically. I just want to know, right? And I think we want to know. It's the big question. So if he plays d5, this is faster than just counting the attackers and defenders. I'm just going to put these moves on the board. He could even take with the queen. Yeah, maybe. Let's take with the rook first. We could always go back and take with the queen. It'll be like a tiny advantage for white, maybe. Take with the rook. We've got more ideas of, you know, swinging over this way or putting knight on c5, going after black on that square. This position, my first impression is it looks juicy for white. You with me, chat? This looks mildly juicy for white. The white rooks being much better than the black rooks. White just having good maneuverability here. These pawns, this like duo of pawns, black's got 3 islands instead of white's 2. If these pawns are at least at d5 and e5, they compensate for the extra island with the central influence. But when they're backwards like this, and white's able to set up f4 and or sometimes c4 and hold them back, then the scope of the rooks almost always outweighs the value of having center pawns, right? The value of having center pawns is if they control the center. These pawns basically don't even control the center. They're too far back, right? So this looks very, very juicy for white. So that means that Sindarov essentially does want to play d5, and it'll be plainly good for white if he's able to play that move. Period. If he plays, if black plays something like g6, knight g6, king b8, any of those kind of moves, d5 will be good for white. I think I could add to it, if black plays d6, d5 will be plainly good for white as well. So the big question is, does black want to play d5 or e6 to try to prevent d5? That's like the really big question here. And each of those moves, well, any pawn move like that in the center is going to be very committal, right? It's going to offer up some majorly important squares. Okay? On Muhaha's, it's not even that black has very little development. Black's a little bit behind in development. The problem for black is that they're congested. They have very little space. That's almost like the bigger problem than the development, right? Because if you look, white's got 3 pieces off of the back rank and 4 pieces on the back rank. Black has the same, 3 pieces off the back rank and 4 pieces on the back rank. But the quality is dramatically different, right? The black rooks can't move. They have 0 scope. They're not attacking anything. The white rooks have great scope. And even the white queen on h1 and bishop on g1, they've got a bit more scope than the queen g8, knight f8. So it's kind of the space, and then with the space, it is the freedom of movement of those pieces. At the end of the trades I made, black was way behind in development. It should have been similar. I played king b8, d5. I didn't do any extra development. Trade, 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 trade. White still has several pieces on the back rank. It's not a dramatic difference compared to black. The difference is the scope of these pieces. It's really that. It's the scope and the space. Okay, d4. That's the position. Love how Sindarov's playing so far. I do think a 960 rating is going to happen in the near future, Giacomo, but I don't know if it'll be a FIDE one. I don't know what FIDE is going to do in this war. Like, are they going to organize any Fischer random events themselves, or are they simply going to complain about the ones that the freestyle group is organizing? That I don't know. It would take a real commitment of, finances and time and effort to try to rival what freestyle is doing. From FIDE's perspective, they don't want to run events that are clearly worse than freestyle, right? That would be almost like their least favorite move from a Weitpissen contest perspective, right? Like, to run tournaments that are obviously worse than this, in a sense, would make them look the worst, right? Now, I think, you should build with what you have, and you should run the best events you can. But from their perspective, if they run a tournament with a $100,000 prize fund, when Weissenhaus has, a $750,000 prize fund, and if they get 2 players in the top 10, and then some players who are like number 30 or 40, and Weissenhaus has like 8 players in the top 10, then it just, for FIDE, for the egos of guys like Sutovsky, etc., it just doesn't look good, right? So unless they can make an event that's as good as this, I feel like they're unlikely to make an event. They're more likely to just sit around complaining. So I expect the Grand Slam Chess Tour to publish Chess 960 ratings for the players in their Players Club at some point pretty soon. But I don't necessarily expect the ratings to come. Has Magnus found a square for the queen yet? A5, staying near the black king. E5 gets played, and here it's on Magnus. At least the queen still protects the rook, also with Magnus's choice of squares, which means he can just hold this tension if he needs to. And e takes f4, e takes f4 won't be bad for him, right? So let's say he played bishop f3, just for argument's sake, takes, takes. His structure remains okay, and he can still keep playing positionally, right? And trying to grind the minor advantage he has with this bishop. So that's part of how he chose a5, keeping the queen on that rook. Okay. The other thing they could do, Giacomo, is FIDE could publish Fischer random ratings based on games played in the Grand Slam chess tour, right? If they wanted to build up official ratings but not run worse events, I guess that would be another option, is they could rate these events that are being played. Now, that may sound insane given the context of the war, but if you think more generally, that is normal, right? Like, FIDE doesn't organize every FIDE-rated event. They organize almost none of them, right? I played a tournament, a couple weeks ago in California. It was organized by a group called Continental Chess Association, which runs big tournaments around the U.S. They run the tournament. FIDE rates the games. So, it makes sense for FIDE to to rate games from this event if they wanted to establish FIDE Fischer random ratings. Marty's asking, do I think Magnus will lose? I don't know if you mean this game or the war with FIDE or this match. I don't think Magnus is very, very likely to lose this game here against Nodirbek today because he's got a pretty controlled position here with white. And he's made no mistakes yet this game as well. Or no mistakes that I could see. So I don't really see any reason why he would lose the game today. He does have black against Nodirbek tomorrow. So he could potentially lose a game to Nodirbek with black tomorrow. This game here looks pleasant for Magnus. I think he's got a tiny advantage and a very safe position. Merles, who's a very, very strong player in chat, thinks that Magnus's advantage is huge. So I don't know. But we're going to go click on another board here. Hikaru is thinking about his bad position against Sindarov. Quite a bad position. And he's weighing a very difficult decision there between playing d5 or playing e6. Somebody asked about Gukesh's position, so we're going to go click to it and see what happened. So after knight g6, yeah, he had no good way to defend the pawn, so he pushed it. Knight f4 attacking g2. He plays knight e3 covering it. And Fabi plays very aggressively. e5 just grabbing the central space to give the bishop pair. I mean at the cost of the bishop pair. And then recaptures on d5. So I now think Gukesh's position is okay. I don't think he's like necessarily better. Oh, Fabi's thinking of coming and harassing him with knight b4, by the way, folks. Like really, really soon, imminently. Because then if you play rook a1, your rook's trapped on a1, you can't castle. He's got no time to castle queenside and get his king to b1 because the bishop's in the way. He may actually have like a problem with this annoying knight b4 move. Gukesh might. I don't know. Actually, if this bishop came out, I'm just putting it out. I don't know if that's the best square. Then in theory, maybe he could play a3 here. With the idea that if you go knight check, he plays here and the knight's trapped. But actually, he can't do it because, look, unusual Fischer random tactic. Knight d3 check, hitting the rook. Pawn takes knight. Queen comes into b3. And white is worse because the pawn structure around their king just turned into trash. There may not be an instant kill for black, but this is going to be unpleasant for white. Awkward. So he doesn't have this a3 idea. Sorry, I'm getting into like some tricky little variations immediately here. There's also knight c2 if Fabi fancies a pawn, right? And then queen check here, check. Brutality, right? Brutality. And black can tactically play e4 on the next move. So, so all that to say, knight b4 is like an imminent threat from Fabi. Positionally, white looks fine with the bishop pair versus the better center. And by the way, Fabi looks fine too. Like that could be an equal imbalance, the bishop pair versus the center. Specifically though, Gukesh needs to deal with this move that's coming in because it could discombobulate his king and rook. He might not be able to get a proper position. And you know what? Let's say I play g4 or something, developing the queen and the pawn majority. Knight b4, rook here. I could imagine potentially Fabi already comes in with queen c4, and he's threatening knight d3, and it might already be an issue for white, actually. I guess queen f1 covers it, huh? Queen f1 avoids anything immediately destructive. Yeah. It would be weird for this move to be good so quickly. Normally you can't make an attack that fast, but sometimes you can. So I checked it. All right. Hi, Guillaume. Let's see. You've got a suggestion about bishop f3, knight b4, castling. Kingside. Oh, kingside. Okay, let me see that. We forget all the places we can castle, right? Knight b4, you're saying you could castle over here. Why isn't it not letting me castle? Oh, because his rook moved to e4 and e1, Guillaume, in the opening. So he cannot castle to the g1 square. If he could, however, I think black could play knight takes c2, right? You would go rook c1 and then attack black's king, I guess. Yeah, I mean, pawns are there to be sacked. That would be playable, sure. Okay, but there is no castling, so knight b4 is a problem. And we see Gukesh burning time again. Above us, Magnus has played something after e5. Bishop f3. Okay, I called that move. Yeah, no problem, of course. So bishop f3 played. That looks reasonable. I don't know what Gukesh is supposed to do about this incoming knight b4. And then I also want to see Firouzja's position for a second. Excuse me, folks. I know it's a little bit of a bounce, switching boards maybe a little too fast there. Nodirbek had a move against bishop f3, e4. I thought that might happen, yeah. Gaining space mainly to keep this knight on this nice square, bothering e3 and defending his weak dark square. So he's basically prioritizing keeping the knight on that square. So we'll see how that goes. Take care, Giacomo. Glad you enjoyed. Hope you have a great day. See you around. Merles, you thought that e4 instead of bishop f3 would have led to an attack from Magnus, huh? Just being certain to kick that knight. So this is why Merles, I think, was saying that Nodirbek's position was almost busted. Was Merles thought that e4 should come in, kick the knight, and then presumably Merles would have played something like knight here. Looking at queen b6, rook lifts and so forth. Direct attack. Hopefully I'm assuming right what you had in mind. This is what looks potentially scary. You would want to play knight e6 to trade off that piece, but it can just go to d7. So now you can't really move as black, right? You just don't have the tempo to get your guys over there. And queen b6 is killer. Yeah, I'm sure, Guillaume, because they played a funky opening. I'm on Alireza's board, but it's actually the same opening, Guillaume. This is the opening played by 3 of the white players. Was this like e4 and taking on e4 with the rook, and then bringing the rook back to e1 at some point. Although here, you see Firouzja just moving his queen and rook, and then trapping the rook on e4. It doesn't even come backwards. He's playing very, very weird, aggressive chess here. Is Alireza. He even moved the queen twice to get to h4. What was that about? Queen h2. That was one of the weirder moves the world has ever seen. What on earth? We would need to get deep into it to do the move justice. I'm sure he's got some kind of idea behind it. I want to slap an evaluation on that board, though, just to keep my human eval bars down there somewhat relevant and active, giving us a sense of how the games are going. So is white better in this position? White's pretty weird. Okay. If they were a weird meter, you'd be high on the weird meter. I don't really trust what Firouzja's doing, honestly. Oh my god, he's burnt a lot of time on it too. We have to take him seriously. But it feels a little discoordinated and awkward. Like, he hasn't really figured out the diagonals for his bishops. He hasn't figured out where his king's going. You know, it's the kind of position where, like, black just plays a move like e5 and then white's position is stupid, right? I don't understand what h5 isn't even preventing g6. I mean, what is it? What is it doing? I guess it's preventing knight g6. Let me just try one move for black. e5. Threatening, for example, d5. Not that I even know what white would do if black played d5 immediately, right? d5. Is he headed here, folks? Does anybody know what he's doing? Is he sacking the rook? He's taking on e7. Why didn't he take on e7 last move? This is why he's stopping knight g6, maybe, because he's trying to take this pawn. And black's fine. So, knight e3, d5, rook takes, queen takes. Does anybody trust Firouzja's position here as I hang a pawn as black? Anybody trust this? I think the knight has to go to d1 on some normal move from the knight. This looks like mate. Danny? Hey! Close to winning. Oh! That's what Merles was saying too. This position looks really bad for Firouzja, I think. Knight gets stuck on d1, king stuck on c1. But if anyone doesn't like my pawn sack, I suppose, you know, Vincent could also play knight e6 and rook e8 with an obvious small advantage for white, for black after white can get castled. So I don't like what Firouzja's doing. It doesn't make any sense. d5 and e5 both look good for black. Let's say that black's a little bit better. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. I mean, also it makes sense because Firouzja played so many moves that look so weird, right? Like, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but when your moves look that weird, like... How's it going, Danny? Where are you? Where are you? You want to come on? I don't have a co-commentator. I'm all on my lonesome. Kostya likes to sleep, and Jesse doesn't think that Fischer Random Chess is the future. Can you believe that? Doesn't think it's the future. I'm going to try and figure out this line that Merles was suggesting. Magnus played bishop f3 in this position, and then e4 was played, and so we get some more maneuvering. But Merles was saying, if you just kick the knight, he's not sure how Nodirbek can defend the king side. You're in a car. Okay. In a car. Wow. Headed to Weissenhaus from Hamburg. So you're going to spend the next few days in Hamburg. Interesting. Now Hamburg, what's there? I think of it as being like the old headquarters of Chessbase. Like, people would go there to record videos in the old days. Like, Kasparov would come into town for a week, or Anand, and record a bunch of videos with Chessbase. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my show. You'd be welcome any day if you're ever just chilling and all right, I'll give you a link. You want a Google Meet or a Zoom? I'm opening up a Zoom window first right now. Trying to join my own Zoom video. That's amazing. Just in a car crossing Germany. Folks, we could get a real German in here perhaps. We could get a real German. Yeah. I can't wait. Frederick Friedel. Yeah. That's his place. All right, Danny, I don't know if that's the best way. I'm like whispering a Zoom link to you through Twitch. And folks, brace yourselves for perhaps some technical difficulties here as I try to bring a special voice in from Germany here. It looks like it might be working. Hey, Danny.
What's up, man?
Incredible.
I don't know if I have to close the Twitch stream. Hopefully, I'm not echoing. I think maybe it closed it automatically when I clicked the link.
Yeah, we'll see. Let me try and get the Zoom meeting in here. There we go. So are you driving or do you have a driver? Did Frederick Friedel send you his chauffeur?
I'm definitely not driving while watching and chatting. That is too risky even for me.
I mean,
Is
you
not
had
a good
opinions
idea.
about the positions and everything. I was like, dang.
But no, I'm not going to Hamburg. I just landed in Hamburg and I'm headed to Weissenhaus
Okay.
from Hamburg.
Headed from Hamburg. That direction makes sense. That makes sense. Oh man, you're going there. That's awesome.
I'm gonna be there just for a few days, and we'll. I honestly don't even know why I'm going at this point, but there was other stuff going on besides the event, and I was going there for meetings. But maybe I'll do some commentary while I'm there.
You don't know why you're going. I mean, it's
I
it's Game of Thrones, and one of the kingdoms
it's
has
Game of
called you
Thrones.
up. They want to discuss some potential, alliances in the war, and like, can you provide us this kind of firepower? And
Yeah, chess.com is doing everything it can to currently stay out of the potential whatever the war is between FIDE and freestyle right now. Long story. I'm supposed to plead the fifth on that right now.
yeah, that's the best way to
So,
end up on the Iron
um,
Throne is to let everybody else fight and not participate. No.
you know, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what I never actually finished Game of Thrones. I know it was like peak
Yeah,
television for like 4 seasons, and
yeah.
then I don't know what happened after that.
I haven't seen the
So,
end either,
um,
Danny. I haven't seen
anyway,
the
man,
end either.
I enjoy your commentary. Sometimes I secretly lurk, but this time I decided to chat.
Yeah,
So,
very nice.
but I also haven't seen the eval bar, but I was agreeing with you that, or I thought you were suggesting that Magnus's position looks super dangerous for Nodirbek, and
Yeah,
Ferrugia feels like he's all over the map in that
yeah,
position.
yeah. Just not sure what he's doing. Confused. I mean, his moves are hard to understand. In this one.
Plus, the time he's taken is a little indicative of like feeling maybe he's trying too hard to create something tricky for his
Hmm.
opponent and is going to get himself in trouble with the rook on e4 in the process.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you do too much and get in trouble. So, but Magnus chose a more calm approach to this position.
Than the
Um,
other players did.
no, actually, at the beginning, he chose like the most. He and Nodirbek chose like the most violent possibility because in the starting
Yeah.
position, you could play like f4, threatening bishop takes a7, trapping a rook on b8, and everybody else after f4 played knight b6, blocking the bishop on g1. and Magnus and Nodirbek played f4, f5, bishop takes a7, bishop takes a2, like mutually trapping the rooks, assuring that the kings wouldn't be well covered, assuring opposite colored bishops, like everything that sort of suggests violence.
It's so interesting. I mean, like I wonder at some point when we're going to start to see patterns in, obviously opening theory is a big reason why freestyle chess, Fischer random, whatever you want to call it, is so exciting, because there are all these creative ways for even the best players in the world to blunder. But I have a feeling, David, just like knowing Magnus and talking a little bit to him in terms of the prep he does, I think he's already in the realm of like prepping, if not exact theory, but prepping the type of positions, these situations where the bishops can take the corner pawns, situations where queens can do the same, awkward positions of the knights. And you start to wonder if, like, at some point we will have a bit of a 30,000-foot view and see that there's a pattern to when it's a good idea and when it's not. I'm sort of speculating, but I don't think Magnus is playing freestyle just because it's fun and creative. I think he wants to be the best at everything he does.
Yeah.
And I think he's probably already taking a little more of a ruthless preparation approach than people suspect.
Yeah, and I mean, these players are good enough that, and they're smart enough people, right, that they're going to be figuring things out. I mean, Levon has theories about how to play Fischer random. I bet all of these guys have some prep. Like, they didn't come here just to party, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and Fedoseev is like, okay, he's struggling, started out struggling a little bit, but that guy historically has done incredibly well, right? I mean, when we held this 2019 Fischer Random World Championship back in the day, which was a sanctioned FIDE World Championship for the record, Fedoseev did very well. I think he made it to like the top 6.
Yeah.
Didn't go all the way to Oslo, but then he wins this qualifier. So anyway, it's exciting to see. Anyway, you don't have to keep me on the whole time. I'm probably interrupting, but I do appreciate the car ride. I got an hour to kill, so
it's cool. I mean, if you want to spend your car ride like this, you're more than welcome. Everybody in chat is happy to have you. So,
can you still see me can you see me right now?
I can see you right now. Yeah.
Okay, only because when I started the Zoom call, I kind of minimized the events board, so I can't actually see the games anymore. But now I'm going to go pull up the games while we talk. So as long as you can still see me, I'll be able to follow along a little more closely.
That's amazing. I think your cell phone might be a better computer than my computer.
It's crazy, right? I wasn't sure how this was going to work, but here we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I had my old friend Andy Lee on yesterday to look at the rapid games with me.
How is Andy?
Yeah,
I miss that guy.
He's good. He's got 3 kids like me, and his are even like a tiny bit younger. So, yeah, so he's pretty occupied with them, but still loves his chess. So, he got up at 4 a.m. and we looked at some games together like long ago.
Oh man. I miss the days you and I waking up 3:30 a.m. doing a Tata Steel show.
Yeah.
Back in the OG, 2010.
Yeah.
Those were the days. Shout out to anybody who remembers single producer Danny and David old school chess.com shows, I don't know.
There are people who remember. Just yesterday, Danny, somebody came on and he said, "Hey, whatever happened to your and Danny's show?" And I'm like,
Pardon our blunders?
Pardon our blunders? And the guy's like, "Yeah, I like watching that." And I'm like, okay.
Dude, I've been reliving a lot of these, not to give an accidental shout out to my book, but I will say, like, dude, this last few years has been so crazy writing down so many of these things, because my book is like my childhood, and obviously I touch on some of the behind the scenes about the scandal, because I have to, because people are all curious. My version of the Hans Niemann Magnus world. But the real stories that I enjoyed were talking about the early days of chess.com with David, and what we were doing to just like push some of the boundaries with these shows like Pardon Our Blunders and the way we were doing commentary. And I really enjoyed it. And I hope you appreciate some of the stuff I break down about our early days together. So
yeah, it'll be fun for me to reread that stuff too, for sure.
I opened up events, which means I accidentally see the eval bars, which means I'm happy I was right. Magnus is close to winning, and Perugia is maybe not in trouble, but it definitely doesn't look great. Again, I haven't
Yeah.
clicked on any of the mini boards, but that's
Yeah.
what the eval bars quickly say.
Okay, so Magnus, at first he played slightly calmer than the violence that our chat was calling for. But he did eventually play c4 instead of e4 to kick the knight off d5. And then he lifted his king in order to bring queen and rook to the a file. So he's still making threats towards, towards the black king. However, his bishop on f1 doesn't look amazing to me.
Yeah. It's strange because the bishop on one just serves one purpose, right? Which is stopping the queen from taking c4. I guess that's the only good thing it's doing.
Yeah.
And now he just moved his knight
to d4.
into d4.
Yeah.
But even if there isn't a knockout blow, I mean, like, it just feels like the position is hanging by a thread for Nodirbek, which...
Yeah. This move does have a threat, I think, of just straight up knight c6. So I'll play h6 to show it. Knight c6.
And then queen a8, rook a7.
Pawn takes. You have to do this before you throw queen a8, so your queen's not hanging when you take on c6. But then you do this, and I mean, the king can go to c5, and I didn't calculate the checkmate, but it won't be hard to find.
We're going to assume.
Queen a5.
If only the checkmate was something like king to c3 with like b4 check coming next or something.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe. Let's leave the queen on a8, folks. Let's go king c3. In fact, we could already play b4 checkmate, but we'll just play king c3. And b4.
Oh, okay. b4 checkmate was right away. Duh. I forgot. Okay, yeah. Queen b7 and b4.
Yeah, so knight d4 introduces the threat of knight takes c6. And was not easy to prevent, honestly.
Yeah, the more I'm like thinking in my head, I don't understand what black does here because knight takes c6 is coming.
Yeah.
You have to play if you play d5 as black, white probably just plays c5 and closes the box. So like it's hard to see what are you doing to stop knight takes c6? Are you voluntarily playing king c8 so that you can play knight b8?
Right.
I don't know.
Let's try that.
By the way, Hamburg is a cute city. I don't know where I'm at, but we're driving out of Hamburg toward Weissenhaus right now.
Yeah. Have you heard some German yet?
My amazing driver here, and hello, we're on a show. You want to say hello in German? Just say hello in German. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
There we go. Anyway, yeah, airport heard a lot of German, but a lot of English too, actually. In fact, I might have heard more English than German, actually.
Mm-hmm. I think we do have somebody in chat, Danny, who says that they played against you on the Big Show.
Oh my gosh. I always think of Bullet Brawls, the Big Show. That is like the OG original. That was the show that was the simul. That's right. I was just playing a bunch of games at once back then, David, we used to invent shows just to test the technology.
Yeah.
So we had this like technology we did where the simul board would switch automatically. Mm-hmm. And so like the Big Show was like practically invented just so we could test whether the simul technology worked.
Right.
And shout out to the Big Show, whoever you are. I can't see chat and the games and have David open on Zoom. Everybody,
that's a lot.
So
against King C8, he could maybe sack on C6 anyway. Queen A8, Knight B8. Now, for the moment, Rook B7 would be rebuffed by Rook E7. But my idea would be to play C5, and we're just going to try to play Bishop A6. And win the knight on b8.
Okay.
And
so you're saying king c8, queen a8 check, knight b8. Are you saying c5 right away or rook a7, rook e7, and then c5?
I have to play c5 first because once I play rook a7, rook e7, my rook will be hanging.
Wait, but have we played knight takes c6 or?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I gave the knight.
I was playing in my head. I was playing king c8, queen a8 without taking c6.
Yeah. No, I sack the knight. Then I come in.
Sacking the knight.
Then I come in and then I play c5. And
okay, now I see.
Against queen c7, I have rook a7 winning. It's very simple. If the queen tries to defend the knight. Against queen b7, I have bishop a6. Pin it
Double
to win
pin.
it.
I like it. Double pin.
And another option for black would be something like knight f to d7, supporting that knight. And then there's a couple things I can do. One of them is rook a7, right? I sort of take the seventh rank. And another one is I could play pawn takes d6, just saying like, hey.
Yeah. Like, where are you going next?
Yeah.
I feel like these positions are like made for David Pruitt. Like the unapologetic attacking style, famous guy who calls his shot, sacks on f7 to beat Daniel Friedman in the last round. Many people don't know that story. One of my greatest memories of you. It should be in your top 5. If I don't know, after like getting married and having kids, calling your shot against a super strong German grandmaster, sacking on f7 and winning the game. That's probably number 5 in your life. I'm kidding, but
no, I can't wait to share with you the rap song that I've been writing about that event, about that Copper State.
Because what people don't know is, I was a tournament organizer in a previous lifetime, and David was having a good tournament, but I was having everybody sign the board. I think it was before the last round, right? Because I wanted autographs before everyone left, because everyone piles out.
Yep.
And David signs f7 and says, I'm going to sack on f7 and win the game.
Yeah.
And then he sacks on f7 against Grandmaster Daniel Friedman and wins the game. Literally the Babe Ruth equivalent of chess. It was incredible, dude.
Yeah. So Danny,
and that was 2010, right? Anyway, sorry, I'm going down memory lane.
No, you're good. Here, I'll give you the refrain. I'll give you the refrain from my song, unreleased song.
Yeah.
Okay. It goes. The tournament circuit can be a real grind, but we all leave a couple bright stories behind. Losing lots of games can spawn a lot of hate, but I got a lot of love for the Copper State.
Dude, I love it. That's so good.
Copper State International.
Copper State International.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked at the other games yet because I tuned in and started watching you, and you were focused on Magnus Nodirbek and the awkwardness of Perugia's position, which to me is still awkward. We can look at the others. I mean, I haven't even looked at Hikaru's game, but looks like he's doing okay as black. Again, I'm using the mini event viewer here.
I think Sindarov got a nice opening advantage, at least, 20, 30 minutes ago. I actually liked how he played the game almost the best of anybody.
Okay. I missed the beginning, and now I'm just looking at the mini view, and it looks like it's interesting. Like, if I look, I don't know if do you have this Sindarov versus Hikaru game up? Can we talk about that?
I'm bringing it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Hikaru's engaged with e6 and h5. The battle is on.
Cool. I didn't want to talk about it if it's not the board. The thing about White's setup is that, and you get these situations in freestyle chess, which is the queen and bishop battery on h1 and f3. Like, ideally, these are the types of things you try to set up in classical chess, assuming that there'll be some sort of breakthrough or pressure. But then in the structure here, the way Hikaru either handled this or I don't know how thoughtful it was, but with b7, c6, d5, the battery is doing nothing, and so suddenly the queen feels out of place. Black is actually undermining the pawn chain with h5 and e6, and so it's not like it's a huge advantage for black, but if you had to pick coordination, like the black coordination of the rooks in the center, the queen, like everything feels a little better for Hikaru.
Yeah, it looks like since I last saw the position, Sindarov spent 3 moves grabbing the bishop pair. So he spent all this energy that he had to take the bishop pair. Whereas the last time I'd looked, it was on move 11 move 10 after d4. And I was thinking that Hikaru was going to have to play d5 or e6 to stop d5. He played g5 first. So Sindarov had one opportunity to play d5 and just sack the f-pawn. Um, but yeah, it's a big deal to sack the pawn. So he played f5, which makes sense, and then d5. And here he played knight g4. And that's where he goes for the bishop pair, and that might not have been his best move right there. My instinct in this position, instead of knight g4 on move 12, would have been to play knight c5, coming into that weak square, but also I'm slightly desperate to play c4. And I'm preparing to play c4 and then sack on, b7 or c6 if black takes my c-pawn. I'm trying to get the knight e3, bishop f3, queen h1 to all stay employed. Trying to avoid layoffs for the white team. So that would be my instinct. But okay, he went knight g4, gets hit with h5. He could trade the knight for the bishop via e5 or h6. He goes through h6, so the queen has to spend a move. And then he has to fight for the light squares with g4. Hikaru tries to liquidate his backward e-pawn. And there's a decent chance that that black has now equalized, yeah. Yeah, if not even slightly better. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, all the black pieces just coordinate easily now.
I agree with you on knight g4, kind of losing. It's one of those funny things because, like, I feel like it's so instinctive to go after the bishop pair. You know what I mean? Like, as a chess player, like, you want the bishop pair.
Yeah.
You rely on the fact that in most games, the position is harder to keep closed than it is to let it become open. So the bishop pair is an advantage, but this is a really good example of whatever, I guess, exception. I mean, the bishop on g1, the bishop on f3, like, they don't have great futures right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I like e6 a lot for black.
Yeah, he wants to get that knight from f8 to f4. White just has to not allow that no matter what. A move like queen g2 would be logical given the situation. I mean, Sindarov's getting a bit low on time, but something like queen g2 would be logical. The idea being you just leave that pawn on f5. Like, you can't let the knight off of f8. And so we're willing to sack if we have to. And just improve the queen. Although that said, I mean, queen g2, black takes on g4. I'm just losing my pawn pretty badly. Not exactly the way I wanted to.
g4 is a key move.
Okay, so let's say I play h3 instead. I was more looking at losing a pawn like this, folks, like ef5, gf5, queen f5, bishop h5, right? And my bishop is alive and well. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea. I wonder if h3 is played. Okay, like taking f5 makes sense once, but maybe not twice. I wonder if at some point, without calculating super deeply, if part of the way we solve this problem with the knight on f8 is actually quickly go h7 to f6 or something, and we sort of try to have this better structure with the pawns on h5 and g5 and a knight on f6.
Exactly.
If I could just move the knight from f8 to f6, I'd be happy, but that takes a couple moves. So, but I don't like the idea of doing what you said for black. I don't like the idea of trading f5 for h5 because I mean, when white takes h5, not only are you hitting the rook on e8, you're threatening bishop to g4 in that position because the pawn on h3, pinning the queen. So
yeah.
By the way, does it snow in Hamburg? This is like February.
Oh yeah.
But dude, it's like green and gorgeous. This is like typical German,
Hamburg gets a lot of rain, so it should be a pretty lush environment.
Let me show you the view just in case it works. We'll see. Hold on a second. How do I? Okay, there we go. I can flip the camera and zoom. We're on our way to Weissenhaus, everybody. But it feels like if you didn't know it was cold outside, this could be a beautiful spring or summer day, right? Look at it.
That's true, yeah.
Sun is gorgeous, super green. Anyway, I'm just like sitting here. I expected to arrive to like a bunch of snow on the ground and cold. I don't know why. That was just my...
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm totally on the page. I'm totally on the page with Danny about this. It makes sense to trade once on f5, break the structure, then move the knight from f8 to f6 if you could. As Danny says, it takes a move, so we don't know for sure that it's going to work. And I think one thing that white could do here is play kind of like a Botvinnik Capablanca kind of move, rook e6, while that knight maneuver is happening. And take advantage of that f-pawn being, in the way of our bishop. So black doesn't really want to take the f-pawn just yet. Just plop that rook on e6. If black trades on e6 or on f5, either way, we still get the pawn on g4. The game keeps going. If black plays knight f6, just saying, sure, let's have it all blockaded. Then we double on the e file, and with knight c5 coming, we are making some use of the weak square that we found on e6. Just we have to find
super
something.
Good idea. That's a strong idea, David. I love that. Plus, it's also like it's both thematic in terms of you mentioned it's the Botvinnik kind of way you use the weak square structure, but it's also concrete and that it only works because black just moved knight f8, knight h7, not guarding e6, so you take advantage of that square being open.
Yeah,
it's a super nice idea. By the way, we should probably go back to the Magnus game. I just went over there, and Magnus is all in on this.
He's delivering blows, right? b4 came in, knight a6, b5. Honestly, I'm not even sure why he couldn't play knight c6 check there, where he played b5.
Yeah. Knight takes c6. Like, isn't the knight just overworked there? I mean, okay.
Maybe he didn't even want to. Maybe he didn't even want to pawn up endgame at this point. Like, b takes c6, queen a6, queen b7. Although, I mean, for Magnus, that's almost like just checking the boxes, right? Rook and bishop against rook and knight.
No, I agree, but I guess the more I calculate this position, maybe he just calculated a win.
Maybe he's like, I've got mate.
He's like, got c takes b5, throw in black, rook c8 check, just put the king on b2, and like he's just like winning the knight, right? The knight can't move. Like there's going to be a mating net.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe he's just.
People get so used to watching him grind in classical chess that they forget that he's also a savage.
Look at this move. Queen b6. Speaking of savage, what a move. Running rook takes a6 and knight takes b5, where queen a7 just kind of wiggle worms her way in to a mating net. Queen b6. That's a baller move. There isn't even queen c7 because rook takes a6 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. And he played a game like this in the first round of Rapids somewhat against Hikaru. Like, he went, like, all out. His king was, like, completely open, and he savaged Hikaru's king first. But, yeah, if you give him the right situation, Magnus is perfectly capable of delivering some body blows.
I love that. It's funny. You and I talked about this, a lot back in when we were first doing chesspersonality.com. Shout out to another OG thing that we kind of revamped. But one of the things that we sort of discovered, and I think people take this for granted, David, is that sometimes the best calculators who are actually, whatever you want to say in terms of the right magical mixture of very accurate calculation with an intuitive feel, they actually don't go for a lot of attacks because they actually see that it doesn't work. They're very good at spotting the defensive moves. So they're not actually putting themselves in that sort of like tilting position. And so they tend to prefer games that end up looking like grinded out endgame styles that are like really precise because they're actually so good at calculating that they tend to avoid the sacrificial or sort of edgy type positions because they kind of know it will work. Whereas guys like Mamadjarov maybe actually are doing less calculation than you think and are consistently in these wild positions because they're sort of intuitively just having a feel that it works. Anyway, so I'm just saying your point that Magnus, I think, is capable of very, very exciting, very aggressive attacking chess. He just doesn't get in a lot of those positions from classical because he tends to not want to risk it, and he knows there's a defense. Anyway.
Yeah, he'll see the defense. I mean, I think Kramnik's a very good example of that. Kramnik basically is very good at staying objective and seeing defenses. So he sees some like exciting move and he's like, oh yeah, but there's the defense. And like he accepts that and moves on. And some of the people with the wilder games are maybe the more intuitive aggressive players who are not like calculating the defense. They're just optimistic And so they go for it, and then their opponent doesn't find the defense, and then they get to play a brilliancy.
Right. Or they run into the nemesis like Tal with Korchnoi, right? Where like Korchnoi was just so cynical and so objective. He had an amazing record against Tal because he was never intimidated by any type of sacrifice or crazy idea, even if it worked against other people. So anyway, it's fun to see. It's really exciting to see at the top levels because you're just getting more positions with less pattern recognition, more opportunities for some of the creativity to shine. And I think for a lot of tournament players, maybe they don't like that because tournament players really do love opening theory. And I think they like investing in that part of the game, maybe too much. I won't get on a soapbox there, but I think that for top players, that's one of the things they really love about this is it brings back that spark of, playing really creative chess back when they didn't always know that it wasn't going to work,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this queen could also take on d6, by the way. I mean, and we didn't even mention that White has so many threats. We could also take on d6, which kind of picks apart Black's position as well. It means Black's got to keep the knight on f6 guarded. So it looks really grim for Nodirbek, actually. And he's done fine against Magnus historically. I think he's like a tough opponent for Magnus.
Yeah.
I don't think Magnus was like pumped that that's how the pairings shaped out for this round, probably.
That was funny, right? There was some interesting. What do you think? Interesting opponent to choose.
Oh, the choices? My personal take on it was that like Keymer was the obvious first pick, and then it's just kind of a toss-up afterwards for the rest of them.
Okay. Yeah.
That was my personal take. I saw some people saying like, oh, it's so surprising to pick Hikaru, but like your choice is Nodirbek, Gukesh, the world champion, or Hikaru. I mean,
yeah.
From a certain perspective, Sindarov just picked the old dude, right? The guy who's twice as old as his two alternatives.
But yeah, he also didn't want to play his friend and countryman, right? And Nodirbek. Yeah. So it was kind of like, okay, no, it makes sense too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually my wife just woke up, and so she asked me if I'm still traveling in the car. So I might be leaving you for my wife, David.
Sure.
I don't, I feel bad.
It's happened to me before.
It's happened before.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I miss you, man. And thank you for letting me hop on. This was so much fun.
Likewise. Nodirbek just resigned, by the way, so you got to see the so to speak dramatic conclusion of the game, the first blood, and have a great time in Weissenhaus.
Thanks, man. Maybe I'll check in. I'll check in again, and shout out to the Chess Dojo crew, Jesse and Kostya. Not here, but they're with us in spirit.
Yeah.
So, all right, man. Thanks for having me. Bye, everybody.
All right, let's resort the view here quickly. Magnus Carlsen won already. That was brutal. Let's try and make myself just a little bigger. Just give you a little more David. All right. Oh, somebody from Chess Dojo was lurking as well. That resignation came like faster than we could even like expect it, right? Lickety split. He resigned, nearly a miniature, 23 moves pretty much. That was really fun to hang out with Danny. Love it. Love to hang out with my chess friends. I have a lot of my friends are chess friends because I like chess people. So, yeah, hanging out with the chess people is fun. So, knight b4 check. The king just stepped away, so it's maybe just a last-ditch trap. Like, if you come to c3 attacking the knight, he's got knight d5 picking up the queen. Otherwise, the king steps away, and he's just done. And I have to say, this is a super great game by Magnus, like Guillaume says, because he played a lot of moves that were not obvious to me, right? And for me, one of the things that makes a great game is if the player, comes up with some ideas that I lack. When they come up with some ideas that I can't see, that's part of what, really thrills me. I mentioned this queen d6 as an extra threat, and it's like a major threat at this point, right? Because queen d6 and then the rook a8, whether you play king c8 and make it mate, right? Or play queen c7, hanging all the knights, and white has the choice to also go rook a8 and take the queen. So queen d6 is a major threat here. Queen c7 instead for black. The problem used to be rook takes a6, right? Now the knight's no longer on a6, so now the problem is rook a8. So was there just no defensive move, really? I mean, it would have to be something like queen d7, I guess. And then there's various options for white, but the one that was standing out to me was this move, knight b5. And my idea here is simply to threaten rook a8, king a8, queen a7. Not really sure how black would stop that. Maybe knight c6? Maybe knight c6 would stop it. So maybe I've got knight b5 wrong. I mean, it's amazing. He's like resigning before I even know like what's finishing the game off here. Is there a direct attack? Just queen a7, king c7, knight b5, king d8. Maybe queen a5. Ooh. He can just win this knight with queen a5 check. It's not it's not attractive to win a knight when we all want to see you sacrifice a piece and checkmate, right? It's not attractive, but this is definitely an effective finish to the game. The idea is to just go take an extra knight, and the king can't avoid the c7 square, right? We still have this move. And then queen here. So that's completely winning. That means there's no queen d7. All right, enjoy your breakfast, I think. I think it's still breakfast time. See you soon. Some of these games will go longer than this one. 20 move win. That said, Hikaru and Javokir not certain to make it to move 20. Javokir down to 15 minutes here on move 15. Oof. So beautiful game from Magnus, and just some of these moves that a lot of these moves I wouldn't have seen, like first he backs up this way, then plays c4 after not playing e4. Sends the knight back, brings the rook towards a1. That's powerful. Just defends the pawn with the bishop. I'd been thinking of playing queen b4 again for Magnus, right? Like attacking the d6 square. Sorry, it wasn't letting me highlight anything, so I'm hoping now it will. I'd been thinking of playing like queen b4 for Magnus. No, I still can't. To defend c4, threaten knight c5, cover the d6 square. But he plays bishop f1. And yeah, then this knight d4 move was so strong. Even here I was thinking about queen b4, knight a5. I didn't see how do we break through on the a file just because we have it, right? And knight d4 threatening knight c6 was a beautiful way to make progress. Nodirbek tries to bring a piece to cover the area, and he just says b4, just get that knight out of the way, and then he's just kicking him around. So let's say the knight had come to c5, he could have taken on c6, for example, winning a pawn and just sort of destroying the king's position there. So after b5, it gets traded, and then queen b6. Yeah, I mean, he just wins. I probably wouldn't have found more than half of those moves, playing this as white. So to me, that's part of what makes it a great game is there was a certain like incisiveness from him. Like he had a concept of how to create a mating attack out of that A file, which I didn't even see coming. You know, before he started it, or even once he was starting it, I didn't see the technique for making it work. He had to see the technique for making it work when he chose to play that way along the A file. He had to see the potential for that A file attack to work out. And I didn't even see it. You know, 5 moves later, once he was playing the tactics that he had to sort of, to some extent, foresee in advance. So that's Magnus on this, like, God level, honestly, where it's like you look up at the game and you're like, I just don't even know how you conceive of that, much less execute it. We're going to click open another game, which is going to be Gukesh's game with Fabi, which still looks pretty interesting. But we're also going to see the fruits of Sindarov's like 20 to 30 minute think here. H3. Hey. Prus found that 20 minutes ago while reminiscing about the old times. Actually, the times that I was reminiscing about with Danny are from before Sindarov was born, folks. Basically. No, the guy was like a toddler, you know, 4 or 5 years old or something. When we were, Oh, no, some of these... Wait, how long ago was it? We're talking like, okay, the oldest stuff. We're mostly talking 2009, 2010 kind of stuff. Sindarov would have been a toddler, yeah. Okay, let's get into Gukesh's position, shall we, folks? So we saw the position after G4. And he plays Rook A1 in advance to deal with Knight B4. So the Rook is trapped, you know, that's just accepted. So now he's going to try and do something with that Rook. He plays A4, A5 comes in. I think Dhruv wanted to know if Guki could have grabbed the pawn here. Instead, his knight went towards the center. And this is our live position. So I think we can back up a move and try and answer this question about Knight A5, right? It's not too old news. So obviously this bishop's here. Dhruv and I both see it. God, I can't draw any arrows anymore? Why? Oh, I got it back somehow. No? Okay. So Dhruv sees this and I see it, but how does black make use of it? Like what's the tactic? Let's try Knight A4, Dhruv. I know it looks like madness. Let's just try it. This is now madness for white and black, right? As they both open up their kings. I don't know whose position is worse right now. I don't know whose position is worse after this. Now I know whose position is worse. It's black's. I slaughtered black with that bishop c6 idea. Slaughtered! There's nothing to even think about, right? I clean this up and then the black king is just open. Plus white's up 2 pawns. That's why the black king is more open than white's king, because white has 2 more pawns than black. Okay, so why could Guki not take on a5? We haven't found it yet. We've not found a reason. Give me a reason. Oh, maybe just rook a8 first. Why did I look at the craziest move first? What is wrong with me? Rook a8, and if the knight moves, black just takes on a4, right? Which is great for black. So now you're basically asking white to play b4. And then knight d5. Haha! I'm so proud, Drew. I managed to answer a question for you. Feels so good. Right? So now white has to... Well, I don't know what white has to do, but the position is just not good for white, right? Black's ready to take on b4 and or a5. If you play c3 to keep that knight at bay, black has knight d3 check, and then... knight d3 coming. So he could not take that pawn. He tried to make use of that rook. Comes into c5 with the knight. Knight d5 from Fabi. Why? I don't know. What do you want to do as black here to organize your position? I mean, you want to square for this bishop. Could you play like queen f7 and bishop c7 and castle way over here maybe? I don't know. He goes knight d5. Maybe looking to bring this knight to b4 again. Right? Because now it's even harder for white to keep that knight at bay. You could try to play queen c4 at some point. What if bishop takes b6 first? Okay, I got too proud. They're not convinced. Takes, and then here. Is this what you guys want? To try and get away with that pawn? Is this the plan? I think I got a decent move for black here with just centralizing or activating the queen, whichever we want to call it. I threaten knight to d3 check, and knight takes e1. And I also threaten rook takes a4. So black's position is just easy and comfortable here. You know, after something like king b1, rook a4. White hasn't lost or anything, but white's position's not good either. Right? Knight a5 has led to a small disadvantage for white. Like technically he could take on a5. It's not going to lose the game, but it's not very good for him, right? What he did actually looks a little bit better, just centralizing the knight. And you know, you could keep playing the position with rook a3. He could play queen e4 maybe, centralize the queen. I know it's weird, but it worked well for Magnus this round, right? Bring the queen. Just play the whole board here. Also, if black starts playing like bishop c7, queen f7 to castle this way, white does have, you know, the pawn mass there. They could start gaining space. It's possible as well. Knight e4 has been played. Oh, he steps back from c5 purposely himself, looking at knight d6. So black's going to play bishop c7, I suppose. No, queen f8 already played quickly. And so here, he's allowing bishop c5 with the idea of bishop e7. Okay. I mean, e4 is a good square for the knight, don't get me wrong, but it seemed okay on c5. So he's spending a lot of time on this knight when there's other pieces that need to be improved, right? Rook a3... Queen f3, rook a3. Huh. Queen f8. Okay. Hikaru played hg4, ef5. So he's going for winning this pawn. pawn f5. Without the pawn on h5 hanging, yeah. He's got an extra pawn. I think it's a reasonable defense by Sindarov to get the light squares open, to be able to play queen g2 here and fight against the extra pawn. But yeah, we got to acknowledge that with the extra pawn, we'd rather be black on that board for sure. Drew, if you think queen f1 here for white, what's the idea? Ooh, queen h5. Fancier than queen g2. He puts pressure here to try and win control of the e file, and also threatens bishop g4 for tempo. Black may have to cede the e file. I see a move that doesn't necessarily give up the e file here. That is possible. Although, there is like this idea of here, here, and then check. Oh, that's the light squares, you know? Oh, maybe black gets out of it. Maybe black gets out of it. Nice. Yeah, so black could play queen g6 here for Hikaru, or, you know, just make the trade on e1. Wait, if you make the trade on e1, you lose to bishop g4. You can't make the trade on e1. That's what you can't do. He's made a move. He's played bishop f4 check. Okay. Okay, so now against king b1, he could play rook e1, right? Because now bishop g4, he has rook d1 check. So bishop f4 check, king b1. Now he can trade on e1. Makes sense. Gukesh is thinking. He's got a dangerously low amount of time. Even Fabi has a dangerously low amount of time. You know, we're used to seeing, oh, he's got more time than Gukesh, so he's okay. No. Look, they've got like all the pieces on the board. They don't even have a pawn structure set in the center yet. So they've got no safety, security, no handle on the position. You know, they don't have familiarity with what's going on. Nobody's managed to castle yet on that board. So their kings might just play the whole game in the center, like no castles chess. This is very, very low time for both Gukesh and Fabi. And it's going to be chaotic. Fabi did very, very well in rapid chess yesterday and the day before. Gukesh a little bit less so. There is a 30-second increment, but I would think that the speeding up time control, or the, you know, the heavy time usage of Gukesh and Fabi, I would think that it's going to favor Fabi in the next phase of the game. But okay, Gukesh had like an absolutely improbable save in his game against Fabi before. Honestly, Fabi's bishop's not that good on e7, so throwing in bishop c5, bishop e7, and then, you know, I don't know, bishop a7, rook a8, bishop f2, whatever kind of weird repetitions Jacob's thinking about. Could certainly come under consideration. It's not thrilling, but it's possible. Hikaru played the queen g6 move, though, in the end. Okay. And just a straight-up queen trade from Sindarov heading into that endgame. Bishop h5 will poke that knight slightly annoyingly. I was kind of expecting black would trade on e1 and play rook g8 against this move, but now I'm thinking white might even play rook e6 there. The knight, I guess, will hang out on h4. And with that nice light-squared bishop, I don't think white's in big danger of losing this endgame yet. I mean, I think white's worse because they're down a pawn. But to me, it still feels totally manageable, unlike Gukesh's clock. g5. What the hecking heck? He wants to bring the bishop to g4 to pressure the d7 square and grab even more space. Now, a simple detail is queen f5, knight d6. Okay, we can all accept that queen f5 is not happening. They get 30 seconds per move increment, but that's it as far as more time, as P. Mork is asking. Good question. The time control is a straight up 90 plus 30, which to my mind is still very quick for Fischer random chess. If you look at, Gukesh and Fabi's clocks, those guys need more time to play this game. Sindarov and Hikaru, it's actually okay because they're more like in they're at move 22 instead of move 15, and it's a lot more clear how their game is going to play out, right? It's like maybe some mild time pressure for Sindarov, but more or less it's, playing an endgame on the increment, which people have gotten somewhat used to doing. Drew says black's definitely better after g5, so you do not like g5. We get bishop b6 from Fabi, looking to break up the bishop pair. I think that Gukesh could play this weird move d4. He could also trade on b6 and then play d4. He could also go bishop g3, and he could also go queen g1. So he's got actually quite a lot of moves possible. He's traded and keeps pushing his stupid pawn majority. What about developing any of your pieces, my boy? I love you, Gook, but what about your pieces, boy? Drew saying that he's mental. I mean, who told him he could play like this? Fabi tucks the king and covers two weak squares here on you see, I can't even show arrows anymore. Urgh. You see the king covering the weak squares, right? The knight on b6 that was undefended, the d6 square where there's always the knight d6 tactics. And I don't know. At some point, you're going to have to move a piece, Gukesh. I mean, I can just see him playing h4 next, but God, you got to play, rook a3, queen f3. Black, Fabi's going to mean business in a second. He's going to play d5. He's going to kick your knight's butt. Then he's going to put his rook on d8. And he's just going to be like, my whole position's coordinated. You're playing Fischer random, and I'm like, playing normal chess again. Ay. I'll say this, much as I love Fischer random chess, when you're playing Fischer random chess and your opponent is not, that is always a dramatically bad thing. Okay? You don't want to have a position that looks like it makes no sense when your opponent has a position that makes sense. And that's happened to me in classical chess as well as in Fischer random, right? Like in Fischer random, your opponent could organize their position first. Like what we're looking at here with Gukesh versus Fabi, where I'm going to switch to black is better. Which I could be wrong about, but just guessing at how it's going. So you could have a game where one person organizes their position first and it starts to look like they're playing chess, like what we're seeing here, and it looks like Gukesh is playing Fischer random. Or you can have a game in normal chess where you play so badly that it starts to look like you were playing Fischer random, right? And I've had games like that where, you know, I developed my pieces and then had to retreat them back to new squares on the back rank. And then it looks like I'm playing Fischer random, and it's basically just a big old insult on how I'm playing. Where is his knight going once Fabi plays d5? Nobody knows, but it certainly doesn't seem like white's got any pieces that are going to be within a stone's throw of this stupid pawn structure here, right? Like, he does something, black plays d5, his knight retreats to c3, black takes on f6. Maybe black's winning. I don't even see how he keeps these pawns alive, actually. No, he's definitely worse. Maybe lost. That was abysmal. That was abysmal, Gukesh. Just pushing pawns without developing. Oh, he's played some move. Queen to g1. Yeah, okay, that move could have made sense before, instead of all these pawn pushes. Ay-ay-ay. Ay-ay-ay. So against d5, what's he doing? I don't know. Knight c5, giving up the pawn. Maybe he'll throw in f takes g7 to not lose the pawn. Gukesh's heart rate is 60. You can see that. Oh man, Fabi's is probably like 150. What a difference between them. Yes, Jacob. These pawns that Gukesh has put here on g5 and f6 looks like you've thrown in a couple stones into territory that's already your opponent's, and they might not even respond. You know, they might not even respond. They're like, yeah, those are dead. I don't even have to play another move. I don't even have to play another move. Okay, one thing he might be thinking of doing against d5 is takes with tempo here, knight here. The rook maybe wants to keep e5 defended, so maybe something like this. And then, I don't know, h4 or something. Maybe it's not lost, but it's bad. It looks really dumb. All right. Being told that the Aronian game finished, so maybe we'll have like a quick look at that. I'll leave the Sindarov Naka game there below us. Firouzja and Keymer are still playing. Firouzja has 7 minutes on the clock and does not look great, but we're going to quickly go over to the 9th place tiebreak and see that Aronian won the first game with some kind of a queen sack. Let's see it. Looks like a real confusing and interesting game. Queen c2 holding that space on c5 just barely. All the white pieces overprotecting. Pawn break, kingside break, hitting him here, hitting him there. Bishop f6 just allowed knight d6, huh? So white's up in exchange with a nice passed pawn on c6. So it's just basically winning any which way for white. Horror for black. And just takes. Yeah, just simple. You know, white. It's not like anything special. White's got two rooks, pawn here, threats to this knight. Nothing can be defended for black. Crushing game from Aronian. That was one-sided. Right there. We're gonna have a look over at Firouzja's game, which we haven't seen in a little bit. Down to 5 minutes. Keymer's queen has invaded. Material is equal except for the rook on b1, which is not in the game. Last move from Keymer was knight d5. Basically what Keymer doesn't want to allow is for white to castle. If white could castle, they could maybe get pretty close to equality. So Keymer needs to prevent that to stay in charge. $95. So what's Keymer wanting to do? I mean, if I were Keymer, I would want to trade rooks. I would want to move this knight and trade white's rook, get my rook on d8 to the e file, and take over that file while white's rook is on b1. That's a normal thing to do, right? To try and improve your advantage. You fight for the open file before the opponent's second rook can get into the game. That's a standard chess strategy. Also, like, our worst placed piece is the rook on d8, so we want to get it to e8. Second worst placed piece is the bishop on f7, which is, I mean, at least it's sort of attacking something, but that thing's pretty well defended. The bishop doesn't have a lot of scope at the moment, but yeah, if I could move this knight, that would be the first thing I would love to do here. You know, knight g5 or knight f4, if I could make either of those moves work out. From Keymer's side, he has to watch out a little bit for some slight weaknesses on these dark squares, c5 and d6. You know, his queen is stopping white from playing, you know, queen g3, queen h2 in too strong a way. White could consider queen g3, just saying I'm worse. Let me try and get queens off the board to avoid quite as violent a disaster. But it is burning energy on retreating, right? So, like, if you go queen g3, you're retreating your queen and your knight. The opponent gets to play a move like this, takes, and it maybe that energy that you burn makes it so that you can never get out of this thing, right? And then, yeah, you know, black just rounds up the h-pawn at minimum. Or at maximum, they sort of go like rook e1, rook g1, kick this knight, keep the bishop tied up, maybe smothered mate you with knight e2. Oof, he's played some move, but it's looking grisly. Knight e3 is played. From my perspective, imagining myself as black, I'm perfectly happy to trade any of these three pieces, the three good white pieces, right? So nice if the mouse could work. Good morning, Cross. Good morning. So let me just explain this theory, folks. I'd be happy to trade white's three good pieces for three of my pieces, knowing that my next three pieces are going to be closer to the game than white's three pieces on the queen side here, right? And basically, I expect if we traded off three pieces, that my remaining pieces could at minimum win the h5 pawn. And then I play an endgame pushing the h-pawn, which looks borderline winning for black, which I think this position is sort of borderline winning for black right now. Okay, so from here, ideas for black. We'd look for a nice move of the knight. We could also look at d5, d4. Pressing with this pawn. We could also move rooks to these open files, g8 and f8 if we wanted to. Hard to find a good move for the knight at the moment, unfortunately, for Vincent. On the other board, we've got movement. Hikaru trades on e1 after maybe 10 minutes of thought and then retreats the knight from g6. Sindarov advances the knight to c5. And still looking at that weak e6 square. It's important to play this move quickly because, you know, black could play knight c4 or knight d7 first otherwise. Now he's going to be able to play b3 and kick it out, get rid of his back rank mate. He wants to play rook e7, possibly bishop g4, and sort of just keep really, really active pieces here. I don't think he's losing. I think this is, in other words, for Hikaru, it's what I would call a small advantage versus a clear advantage. When I call it a clear advantage, it means I don't know if it's winning or drawing. It's somewhere in that borderline size of advantage. When I say a slight advantage, it means I'm confident that with best play, the player who's worse can still hold the draw, which is how I feel about this. I'm confident that Sindarov or I, or any skilled player against an equally skilled player, should be able to hold this game as white. Yeah. So, not what Sindarov was dreaming of when he got that great opening, but at least he's got a position that he can manage with 12 minutes on the clock, and he shouldn't be losing. The players in real danger are Firouzja and Fabi. Firouzja and Gukesh against Fabi. Now, I think somehow these players who were playing white today, they consulted together about this E4 rook E4 thing, and they didn't really come up with a great idea. Their groupthink kind of led them all into difficulties. Only Sindarov seemed to really understand what he was doing. A small advantage is often a two-result game, Skibik. Sometimes you've got a small advantage and it's also chaotic, right? But in this particular case, yeah, it's kind of a two-result game for Hikaru, right? How could he ever lose this game? Sindarov has no area of the board where he has a big advantage. Okay, now he's going to be able to forever pin that knight, as far as I understand it. Oh no, there's bishop d6 coming. Bishop d6. Oh my god, king b8, okay. Yeah, against this knight d7 move, I thought he was just going to play knight e6. Bishop g4, king b8. Yeah, good move. Good move. Now knight e6. Okay. Okay, right. So his idea is going to be against a move like rook e8, he goes here. And basically he's going to try and threaten to recover his pawn here. I see there's a back rank mate, like knight f4, gf4, rook f4, there's rook e1 mate. But for argument's sake, let's say it were white's turn, you could play knight f4, gf4, bishop h2. And the pawn on f4 is just completely dead, right? I mean, it's pinned, it's attacked twice, not defended in any way, it's gone. And the bishop, where would it go? If it goes somewhere random, you can play knight takes g5 probably. If it comes here, it's hard to keep it safe here long term, and Sindarov can take over another diagonal, right? So he may not even need to track this bishop down. Maybe he just plays bishop here and gets a decent position. So knight e6, what's been played? Rook h8, going to a full open file. That makes good sense. Stopping bishop h2 as well. Knight f4, gf4, bishop h2 is definitely a thought for white otherwise. So the rook's on that. So yeah, that's a strong move for Hikaru, and it still looks like work to be done for Sindarov. We'll leave him to that for a moment and look at this queen g5 move from Vincent, which Jacob has dubbed a bit of a weenie move, which is a bit of a cry commentary. To me, Jacob, this move absolutely fits exactly what Vincent needs. He needs a move for this knight on e6. It's blocking up his rook and his bishop and his other rook. It's blocking all his pieces, so it needs a move. And as I said, I'm happy to trade the queen and rook. So this is my dream scenario. It would be queen g5, knight g5, rook e8, rook e8. This is where I'm telling you, like, you're dead. You're not surviving this endgame as white. Maybe it's like a weenie way to win a game. I don't know. But I feel like weenie from Jesse normally implies like you had something better. I don't think there's anything better than this. This is like the whole enchilada, right? This is what black wants. Then you're going to come around and win the h-pawn with the rook or the knight. This is the dream scenario, and you see that it cost Alireza more than 2 minutes out of his remaining 3 minutes to play queen f2. Right? He had like 3 minutes and 5 or 10 seconds, and he spent 2.5 of them retreating his queen like this, and now black does have access to a square. Right? Knight f4 could be played. Does black also have access to this pawn? Did he sack the pawn? He was so scared of trading queens? Or is there like a tactic for white here? Very unlikely for white to have a tactic in their favor in this position. Queen h2. They do, though. Good thing I was checking seriously. Knight f4 holds it together. No, bishop takes and it breaks. Oof. So, queen h2 is the trick. So you can't take the pawn. So black should be looking at knight f4 or rook f8. Not queen f4, I don't think, because of rook f3. If white traded queens, you know, you could call this a weenie move. I would call it a winning move, I guess. But queen f4, rook f3 doesn't help white. Doesn't help black. But I think that Vincent's going to win this game. I'm still leaving the evaluation as black is better instead of winning. I don't think black's yet winning on the board for sure. But black is way better, like clearly better, not smallly better, not slightly better. Clearly better, plus 40 seconds to play the game. And Vincent's got 20 minutes to think of some tough questions and problems to set him. So knight f4, gf4 played by Sindarov. What's he planning to do about rook h1 and stuff? That seemed maybe like a premature trade. I don't know what he's up to. What's he up to? Rook f1? Okay, so he's threatening rook f4. And against rook h1, he wants to just go like bishop f3. You move your rook somewhere, and then he goes back. But Hikaru's going to move the rook to h4 potentially. Then what you doing? I don't understand. I do not understand, Dievokir. Rook h1. And I see we've got a question about the Gukesh Caruana game as well, which we can come around to. Okay, I'm analyzing on this board, so I'm going to take away the thing that says that it's a live position for a second. Whoops. I'm going to take away that for the moment. We'll just say it's two different boards we're analyzing at once. The big board and the little board. Do we need... We don't need a Dojo icon, do we? We can just make the board bigger. Yeah. Just make the board bigger. We don't need a Dojo icon. Wow, I said yeah, and it did a thumbs up. It's listening to me. Rook f1. Okay. Let's have a go look at Gukesh. Oh, look at that center. Look at that center that Fabi did. Okay, so Dhruv is asking, can he queen the pawn to take the e5 pawn? He would like to, but I think his knight was hanging, right? d4 cut off his defense of the knight. So he retreated the knight, and now black plays rook e7, keeping the e-pawn defended. Oh my god. Oh my god. Y'all sound like Dr. Zeus. I'm thinking of this knight d4 move. I'm just calculating it, you know, just because. Knight d4 looks like an interesting move. c3, there's knight d3 probably looming over you. I guess the queen just drops back for a moment. Yeah, I'm not pumped about weakening the king like that. Okay, queen g3 maybe? Queen g3 has the idea of, you know, at some point playing rook e5 or knight d4 to get this knight. Yeah, white totally forgot about his stuff. Stupid rook on a1, bishop on d1, queen on g1. And look at this position. He's got one developed piece at move 21. One developed piece at move 21. I mean, Gukesh is looking like basically like a beginner today, I'm afraid. Which to some extent, when we play Fischer Random, we all become beginners, but this is not in a good way here, I would say. Like, he looks like more of a beginner than any of the other players in this tournament right now. My calculation here with knight d4 was pretty short and simple. It went like here, 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 queen d6, and then I resigned for white. Playing out my variation, I noticed that knight d5 is even better for black, but in either case, it's a complete give up for white. He's just played rook e4. Man, he's all about the tricksies, huh? He's trying to play knight takes d4 and then take on f4 maybe. But okay, any reasonable move from Fabi will probably prevent that. I mean, the most obvious would be like knight to d5 maybe. That looks good to me. That looks good to me. Drew's question was valid. Was there a moment where he could have queened? d5 takes. Here. Here, why didn't he go knight f6? That's like the big question. He went wandering somewhere terrible. Why didn't he come here? I mean, I would assume that knight move is so good that he didn't do it because of a big threat. So this is a big threat. This move threatens mate. So I think that's like most likely the reason he didn't go for knight f6. It's got the extra advantage that like if you defend this pawn, like compared to knight a4, that if you defend this pawn, we can also give mate on this side. Does white have a move that defends both of those pawns? No. So that's why he didn't go to f6. So he comes to c5. Now against knight c4, he could have defended both pawns with knight b3. This knight, by the way, went to e4 from b3 on a really stupid mission, and now it finally makes its way back with an admission of abject failure. Fabi chose to go d4, which is great as well. Also sent that stupid knight home. And now rook e7, rook e4. And Fabi's thinking There was G8, really? After knight c5, d4? Okay, let me see that. Thanks, Asher. Knight c5, d4, queens. Rook takes. Oh, and then rook e5 defends the knight, right? Is that the idea? Okay, well, first question would be knight c4. Vad du want? This is where the fact that several of our pieces aren't playing is really starting to hurt white. Yeah, done. Not much more to this variation. Not too much deeper to go. You can try queen d4 and just give an exchange, yeah. That's okay for white. And, oh my god. And this is more than okay for white. Huh? Do I think Hikaru can trade rooks in our other position? Let's see what happened. Knight c4 was played. King c1. Knight f6. Bishop retreats. Rook h1. Oof. Hikaru's coming in. But can black trade on e3, trade rooks, and play king d1, king e2, and just recover this pawn and get a draw? The only thing I see Hikaru doing is playing like knight e4, knight c3, and winning the a pawn, maybe? But okay, we're in the middle of like a complicated variation here. Somehow g8 queens worked out for us just now. Even after knight c4, just queen d4. Knight takes, check, and white's doing fine. Well, I just got refuted there. I guess he could have done this. Dhruv and Asher. I guess tactically, white could have done this. White's position's still bad, right? With the rook on a1 and bishop on d1, black could play any number of normal moves here. You know, from rook d8 to rook e8 to rook f8 or whatever, knight bd5. There's any number of moves black could play here that are playable. But yeah, he could have gotten rid of that e5 pawn at the cost of the g pawn, which is reasonable because it means black doesn't have all this stuff locked in. It's also risky because it's got that flavor of that Keymer game, right? Where you're opening up a file where black could do stuff like this, let's say, for argument's sake, like a really simple thing, where they could do something like this, and then you're feeling the absence of your rook more and more. But unlike the Keymer game, white does have rook a3, white's got queen g3, knight d5, knight d3. Like, white's closer to staying in this game. And white's up a pawn, so they've got more to give as needed. But this ability to play rook a3 is a huge difference compared to Firouzja's phenomenally bad position, right? Okay, rook e7, rook e4, knight c4 from Fabi. which apparently he played like 3 or 4 minutes ago. Gukesh now thinking. On the other board, I imagine trades are happening. Trade, trade, trade. Bishop e2. So here's what I was thinking against king d1. The only thing I saw Hikaru doing was like here, and then taking the a pawn. Knight g3 f1, the white king still gets back to the e pawn in time, right? So this is the endgame I was sort of evaluating. And honestly, I don't even know if the king and pawn ending is winning if white takes on a6. Technically, you're up a pawn, but not so much, right? If white just moves the king to a4, but maybe they can't get very far. Maybe black can eventually go a5, a4, you take, king c4, and win this endgame. But how would that be winning? White takes on a4 with check, king c4, king b2, and then you just move, shuffle back and forth with your king. Yeah, it's a draw. I think it's a draw. And as chat said, there's also, Jake, I think, saying in chat, instead of taking the pawn, you could also go king here with the idea of knight takes c3. Turning this. Looks holdable for white, very much so as well. Holdable. Yeah, so I'm not sure why he didn't play king d1 here. That seems like the normaler move. He's still allowing like knight c3, taking his everything from him. And that move looks good too, but I mean honestly, what was Sindarov going for here? Here? Check. What? It's extremely risky. What is he doing? And Hikaru plays c5. Idea takes, push. That looks winning. Takes, looks winning. I think Hikaru is winning. He played it very, very quickly too. Like Hikaru has the time that he could have spent more time thinking about this. If he misjudged this, then he should have really spent more time. But I think he's winning. All right, so Gukesh game, knight c4, queen f1. Does he want to sack on f4 maybe? Maybe. Maybe also tying the queen to this knight, so... Four minutes for Fabi. This is a phase where Gukesh is very good. These next couple moves here. This is like calculation, super, super good. I mean, the variations don't always work out for you when your pieces aren't developed, but insofar as there are variations, he can calculate them very accurately. He always sees more than his opponents at the end, it turns out, I think. Fabi, amazing calculator, but he's gotten a little bit older, and he's broadened his game, so he's improved in some other areas. But he's got to be starting to slow down a tiny bit, maybe? Nah, maybe not. It just feels weird to think that anyone would have an edge against Fabi in calculation, but... Okay, so here I was thinking like knight c5, but then there is b4. Followed by king d3. Knight c5, b4, knight a6, king d3, knight here, king here, knight here, king here. That ending should be a draw, that 2 versus 1 endgame. So maybe f2 would really keep the king away. And all the white pieces have to just sit there stopping d3 forever. Yeah, knight f2. But now Hikaru stops and thinks. But right, like knight f2, freezing the white king with a wall. But also the threat of d3, d2, etc. should keep white from doing any random move, right? Because black just goes. I suppose technically you come back here and you haven't died yet, but yeah, you're pretty close to dead, and black still has coverage of the light and dark squares. So now the king would have to just get into the game to win. Yeah, I think knight f2 looks good enough. Knight d6 from Fabi, preempting rook takes f4. But now finally Gukesh can play c3. He plays it quickly. We get the offer of the queen trade. Does he have any other options other than trading queens? Like d3 or bishop e2? d3, knight d3 check. That looks pretty stupid. He's done something. He's traded it. The knight's got the d3 square now, but he is sort of trying to take apart white's. He's trying to take apart black's pawn center here. God, the rook on a1. I feel like, even without queens, I feel like some disaster is going to befall Gukesh. Some tactical knight d3 at some point, and his pieces are just going to be in a twisted. Did Gukesh not want to sack his queen? I guess not. Merles, how did you think he should sack his queen? Like queen f4 here, maybe? Was this the moment to go for something exciting? The pawn can't queen because the queen's here. So actually the king could even go backwards. But let's say he plays the more logical move, keeping his rook out here. What's the idea? Just knight d4 and just continue playing, basically, right? Rook, bishop, pawn on the 7th rank. Honestly, it looks better than any position he's had in the last 10 moves to me, Merles. So I find your suggestion pretty reasonable. He goes to the endgame, takes the deep... No, he goes to the endgame and he's still tanking. Do we have a move from Hikaru? Knight c5, b4, knight e6. Oh, just defending. And you can't go king d3, knight f4. That's a great solution from Hikaru. Oof. You can't approach his pawns. White needs this bishop, if possible, to be attacking b7 to keep black's king from moving as freely around the cabin. But this should be a winning ending for Hikaru. Okay, Gukesh has played a move. Knight takes d4. Well, he had some kind of an idea, Merles. Technically, he still has a position. That knight could head to f3 or f5 next move. Oui, chérie? Tu m'as trouvé? Bravo! Tu veux entrer? Tu veux in? Te voilà! Salut! J'ai pas de chaussettes aujourd'hui? Ouais, pas de chaussettes, j'ai des pieds froids. Tu veux toucher? Tu veux manger du chocolat? Ça, c'est pas du chocolat. Ce n'est pas du chocolat. Oui, chérie. Il n'y a pas de chocolat dedans. Ce sont des petits cassis noirs. Tu veux goûter un? Tu vas voir que ce n'est pas du chocolat, mais tu peux le manger. C'est bon quand même, n'est-ce pas? Ça va? Ouais, tu te sens bien aujourd'hui? T'as bien dormi? Tu as dormi dans ton lit? Ouais, bonne idée. C'est un très bon endroit pour dormir. Tu as bu du lait dans ton lit? Oh, super. There's an exchange sack. Oof. Could he not just retreat? No, this rook is like trapped or something. If he goes here, there's knight d3. If he goes here... Oui, tes cheveux ont descendu un peu. Ouais. On peut les refaire ce matin si tu veux. Bravo. Oh man, this exchange stack is not feeling great. See Gukesh low on time. He gives the exchange, and he doesn't have his other pieces out. And Fabi's got an F-pawn with which to win the game. Oh, his idea is to play bishop b3 maybe. Has he moved yet? But bishop b3, rook e1 check, right? So that's the thing when you don't develop your pieces. This move would be working. Even if he played rook a3, this move would work, folks. You just threaten to queen, and if rook g7, there's knight e6. But here, because you haven't developed, you never castled, you never played rook a3, black takes that, right? And then, wait a minute. Oh, knight e6? King somewhere, knight f8? And who stops you from queening? Wait a minute, knight e6, knight f8? He's playing bishop b3! Oh my god! This stuff should not work, folks. This stuff should not work. Never play like Gukesh is playing this game. But I think this is good for him. I'm going to switch this immediately to white is better, based on my accidental calculation and his purposeful calculation. This is the strength of Gukesh. He played like a beginner all game and beats, you know, a 2800 opponent. With just an insane outcalculate. This is why he played knight d4 and rook f4. This, Merles, is why he didn't play queen f4, which looked like a reasonable practical chance. Oh my god. I mean, the only thing I see for black is something like knight f7. Even then, he has knight e6 to f8. No matter what, he's got knight e6 to f8. Okay, bishop b3 you could find once you're in this position, right, Asher? Like we calculated it here. Right? Like Merles, you, me, we're all calculating bishop b3 here. We can see it. We can see it. And it's brilliant even here. I mean, like, not taking anything away from us, it's a great calculation for us to notice that bishop b3, we can give this rook, and instead of queening with a bad endgame, right, we now go knight e6, knight f8, and nothing can stop it. That's a great calculation. You know, bravo to all of us. But folks, Gukesh saw that at least when he played rook f4, but probably he saw it when he traded queens. I'm going to say that. Like, he probably saw it here when he traded queens, this idea. At least after knight d6, 100%. 100% after knight d6, he saw it. Possibly before trading queens. So that is the... that is the amazing Gukesh. Oh my lord, what a guy. Okay, so Fabi finds king d7 under pressure. What this does is if he queens, he's blundering, right? Rook takes, bishop takes, and then at the end, rook e1, right? Oops. Now, actually, I don't know if it's a blunder. We'd have to calculate it because the tempo does mean something, right? He takes here, and this pawn's a threat. But I would guess that, you know, between rook g1 and the counterplay of the f pawn, I would guess that this is not it, and it's not what he's going to go for. So king d7, you know, you might have to play king c2 first. No, he does go for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, because if he plays king c2, there's just rook takes g7, right? He doesn't have much time here. So he has to take the h-pawn. Practically speaking, he has to try this. And material's like equal, by the way, here, folks. The material's like equal in this version of it, where he's got the h-pawn. I could see Fabi using the move c5 somewhere here as a key tool to disrupt the combo of these pieces who are very happy right now. Like right now he wants to go, you know, like bishop d3, g6, something like that. I think I'm gonna switch my evaluation to equal. What do you guys think? What's your instinct, chat, on the evaluation here of like who's even better? White can't be better here, says Merles. Okay, so at least I was right to switch it from white's better. Fabi just rushes towards the pass pawns with the king. So this pawn can't even get to g7. Well, not easily. Yeah, I don't think he necessarily wants to play c5 right now. I'm just saying c5 at some point is going to be a tool for Fabi. All right, so the key is Gukesh needs to defend his h-pawn. To me, that's like the key of this position right now. He needs to come up with a plan to keep that h-pawn secure. So that could be something like bishop d3, knight f3. The knight defends the king side, and the bishop keeps the rook from chasing the knight away. Because if you go h4 here, this is one of the first variations I looked at. h4, rook here, knight f3, rook here. And white is busted. But if white's bishop were on d3, they could maybe just play bishop e2 and keep playing. I don't know. Well, maybe knight f5 then would win the pawn. Yeah, so it's tricky to arrange. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do. 40 seconds. King d7 was great. And Vincent has beaten Alireza, we're hearing from chat, which makes sense. I thought he had a huge advantage throughout that. Which board should I switch? Maybe the Hikaru board for a second, just to score that up here. You see how little it means who comes out on top in the rapid, right? Faruja wins the rapid, gets first pick, picks Keymer, and then loses horribly with white against him today. So here was the phase. The rook switched to the f file because he didn't have a good move with the knight. That makes sense. We were kind of expecting something like that. Queen h4, looking to trade queens. Queen runs away, gets bullied. This endgame is so good for black. You see that, folks? No idea what king c8 is about. Oh man, here already he could have thought about like moving the knight, right? And taking down here on the first rank. Okay, but he stays here for the moment. And that's it. Oh my god. Easy win for black. Very, 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 very thorough win for black there. Has Gukesh made a move here after King E7? He had to move something. Rook H1. What? Whoa. What? 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Knight F3. Okay. Postponing it by 1 move. This is the first variation I calculated, Gook. He's going to play Knight E5 then or something? And like here? That is like a flimsy construction. Like technically maybe you're defending your pawn, but nothing you have can move anymore. What does he have in mind? Knight F3. No move yet from Fabi. Now Rook H3, yeah. If he had King E2 or Bishop E2 or something, the game would stay on, but that's right, Sanyam. The entire rapid phase, they were just fighting for the chance to play Keymer. That was the one guy that they wanted to play against, and Firouzja gets torched with white in just a few more than 20 moves. Never finishes his development. 95 from Gukesh. Yeah, this is losing. This is losing. Black is winning here. We're going to see 3 wins for black today, folks. And, you know, people were asking what's the draw rate at this 27 to 2800 level? What's the draw rate in Fischer Random? Well, today it's going to be 0%, right? We've got actually 5 games today between 2700 level players and 0 draws. Spar with you for a sec. Things go well when I spar with you, Asher. But I don't know how well I can keep up with both these games right now while sparring. We can try a little bit. Sindarov and Hikaru's still playing here. Looks like he's trying to put the knight on E5 instead of F4, an adjustment there. F3, King D3. So winning the F-pawn would also give Gukesh some hope here. But you're saying there's something wrong with my variation of Rook H3, Knight E5, King here, Knight here, F3 because of Knight F4 check. Yeah, I had seen that earlier. I admit I had seen that earlier. So the king could come here, I guess. But then here, now the only way not to repeat is this, and then G6. Have we gone too far? I don't know. Huh. Yeah, I did. I had noticed the fork. It was part of my plan for Gukesh when I went on this stupid knight maneuver, but then I was like, oh, it's just too bad, like to jam up my pieces like this. But it's true that I played like this very incautious move order with F3. But after King F5, I don't know. In any case, Fabi thought it's time to push F3 already. Now he plays King E6. Gukesh on 10 seconds, trying to find some move with the knight. I suppose it could go to G6 here, right? That's kind of the idea. Knight G6. No, he plays G6 with the pawn. How bad was Knight G6 here? There's push here, Rook F3. It looks fatal. King here, Knight here. Is it fatal? It looks like that pawn queens, right? Probably. I mean, at this speed, we can't keep up with these guys, so. Knight here. He's cleared a square on g5 for the knight, so he's trying to trade his h-pawn for the f-pawn right now, right? So he's threatening to win the rook. And if rook h4, then he wants to go knight g5 and capture this one. But this position looks lost for him, even this very, very simple variation for Fabi, just saying the bishop and pawn are stuck here. I go up this pawn over on the queen side and eventually win this endgame. Even that looks good enough, and that's kind of just falling into his idea. Why was king takes e5 not played? g6, knight f5. King e5, g7. Take a piece. And then you would go here. Knowing you, you're just going for this. Letting the opponent queen. And then knight c4. Maybe Fabi didn't see knight c4, which is the one obviously winning move here. Even there's some chance that bishop d3 is still complicated. Yeah, you see this move is not 100% obvious. I mean, we should get to the actual position. Oh, there's rook d3. Yeah, that wins. That wins. Okay, I think king e5 was winning, yeah. g6, knight f5. He tries knight f7, king f6. g7, what the heck? If king takes bishop f5, if knight takes... If knight takes, I don't know. What is he doing? If knight takes... F2 gets played. I don't know why. I can't keep up with them anymore. Rook f3, allowing queening, but queening with checkmate. And on king f1, there's knight g3. Looks like Fabi's finished him off here. The position's not obvious before we do the 10 moves of calculation. Once we get the position where he's queening in one move, then it finally becomes obvious to us. I had no idea in advance, chess in my veins, what the variation was going to turn out like. Only once we get here do we really see. There's a 30-second increment Gamma 5 matrix. They started with 90 minutes. Now they've got a 30-second increment. Gukesh resigns here as queening is one move away. It's only at this point that things become clear to us, but they become clear. So that is already 3 wins for black. We turn to Hikaru's endgame. We're going to try and switch it to the bigger board, okay? Give me a second to bring Hikaru's endgame to the big board. The last game's still going, which we have estimated is a win for black, but we have not yet proved it in any way. What game should we put down here? Actually, we could put Hikaru on both boards now, right? Like one would be the live position, and on one of them we would analyze. So we go here. Go to our live board. Make it a little smaller. And just say live position. All right, so we got the live position view down there. I'll make it a little bigger, however. I'm like adjusting my production instead of doing the analysis, which is arguably my main job. We're just gonna make the live position a little bit bigger for us. Okay. We'll stick this over here. And now we can analyze this endgame to our heart's content, folks, for a couple minutes. You know, they've got about 2 minutes each plus the 30-second increment. So the knight was on f4, switched to e5, came back to g6. So Hikaru has not yet found how to win this. So let's look at an important detail of this. In this position, Javokir played bishop f1. The reason is that Hikaru, I think, wants to play king c6 and then a5 when the king's on c6 to break up this pawn chain. But he would check him here, push him back, and then come back to the blockading diagonal. Right? Hikaru can bring the knight to f4, but that is where it came from. See, back here the knight was on f4. Now they've repeated a couple times, and Hikaru's time is dwindling. He does not see a win. And we didn't see the win yet either. I just guessed that it was winning. And nobody has argued strenuously against me just yet. So he can also try to bring his king around like this to just go help the pawns and not deal with white's majority, right? The clean way to win the game is somehow you get some version of a5, takes, king here, you clean up this pawn, and now there's no majority to worry about, really, and then you just go in with these pawns. The reason he couldn't do it, I think, is if he ever plays a5, white plays b5, and then his king can't approach the pawn. I think that was his thinking. That's why he's trying to get his king to c6 and then play a5 there, but Sindarov was always adjusting the bishop so that it's defending the pawns on the diagonal, but also able to check him back. Okay. So king d7 gets played. Now Sindarov advances these pawns a little bit more. So he wants to have a breakthrough available if the black king continues its journey like this, right? King d5 looks like a better square than f5 at this point. Yeah, okay, so that's the important move to consider. And maybe he's planning here, 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 here. Now, who can stop that pawn? You're going to need to calculate better than me to find a way to stop that pawn. And Hikaru's played king d7, you can see on the live position, retreating back to get in front of that pawn majority. And I think this breakthrough here is actually winning for white. I mean, I just don't see a move for black that avoids white getting a queen. Agreed, Foos. I don't think anybody likes the colors of the pieces and board on this broadcast except the people who chose them, but it's locked in, so there's no other way to watch the games. So we just get used to it, you know, abstract it, and yeah. Can I go over that breakthrough again quickly? Yeah, for sure. So king d5, c6. And so after c6, the threat is c takes b7, right? The secondary threat, I guess, is c7, which would also queen, right? One option is you can always start running back once the opponent starts their breakthrough, right? And then takes, you can come here. But I think the feeling is that once this pawn's locked in on b7, black won't have the resources to win the position anymore, right? Because they just have to babysit this pawn. So I thought most likely c6, you take it, right? Then b6. So now the main threat is b takes a7, and a8's a really hard square for black to stop you queening on, right? So like c5 takes. You just can't get to it. And I don't know what else black would do here. So I played a takes b6 for argument's sake and a6, and then I found, yeah, like neither king nor knight can really get back to a8 in time. This knight would have to go to c7, but it's 4 steps away from c7. Or it would have to go to b6, but there's a pawn on that square, right? Like knight d7, a7, and we need to go here. But we can't capture our own pieces. So Jake says, you know, would there have been maybe knight c6? With the idea that we're going for 3 connected passed pawns. In my experience, once they're all blockaded on one diagonal, there's no way to win with 3 pawns. So like king here, c5, you know, we can even check the king back. Bring the bishop around here or something. Yeah. I just, yeah, I don't think there's any hope to win this endgame for black here with the 3 passed pawns when white's got the full light square control. If the pawns were all next to each other and you could advance them in any order you wanted to, then I don't know if there's a way to press that endgame or not. That becomes another interesting question. So let's, having seen that breakthrough, let's see what happens in the game. Hikaru doesn't go for king d5, but comes back with the king. Remember, they're making these decisions on like 30 seconds of thought. Sindarov's repeating moves with the bishop. You know, and chat's wondering at some point, can he play like b6 or a6 himself, right? Like if you go b6, takes, probably takes this way, right? To have the furthest possible pass pawn over here. King here, check. Looks possible. He's just played b6 in the game, by the way, folks, instead of continuing to hold his ground. I don't know why I had this instinct to look at b6 in this position versus just continuing to play bishop e2, bishop f1 as he's been doing. But he has played it. And yeah, part of the idea is to be able to play this check here. And then when the king moves, he did play c takes b6, so we've guessed most of these moves right. You get to this position, it looks like, oh, you messed up, right? Like your pawn is dead because blocked by the bishop. But at the end of the whole line, he has bishop e4, hitting the knight, right? e2, there's, of course, king d2 for now. Well, I shouldn't say of course ever, but e2, there's king d2, right? So the pawn doesn't make it. So black needs to bring the knight back to stop this pawn from queening, like so, right? Only way. And then the white king can come up and attack these pawns, I think. And yeah, I don't think black can preserve the pawns anymore here. Here's one variation I see is here, takes, here, 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 something like this. But certainly it's like within the realm of white holds. So let's see how far they've gone in the actual game. Hikaru, again, just down to seconds here. Because if he goes king c6, he's committed to bishop g2 and the b pawn going. But otherwise, he's going to move his king all the way back like this, right? And that doesn't exactly look like he's winning either. Also, at some point, part of the point of b6, to my mind, was that at some point we could play a variation like this. And the plan is to, you know, put the king here and play like a6 and trade the last pawn. I don't know if that's possible yet. Hikaru, with 6 seconds on the clock, chose to go back. So normally Sindarov would go back to playing something like bishop e2 here. He could also play a6, just trying to trade one more pawn, right? That's possible. It's possible. When the knight's on f4, where does he put his bishop and king to avoid e2? Historically, what did he do? Now I can't even like think of what would be the setup against a knight on f4. I think it was just bishop waiting on f1. What? How does that work? Oh, it was bishop on f3. That makes sense. Just scanning back, I can see it. That makes sense. So the idea here, Sindarov going down to the end of his time, would be to go bishop here, knight f4, bishop f3. Right? That would be sort of like the typical setup he would go for. But he is now sacking his bishop for the last pawn. The exact variation that I mentioned earlier, right? I mean, you can see it's the variation that's here in my tree. E2, bishop e2, knight e2, king c4. And that's what he's now going for. King d3. Interesting. Poking at the knight. I mean, the idea would be that you eventually get to some position like the following. Here, here, check. Here, here, here. We keep just threatening a6, right? Trading the last pawn here, here. And if they ever do it like this, you can play a6 there. If the knight ever goes to a protected square. Hikaru is faking being pumped up to show he sees the win. I'm sorry I don't have the player cams here, folks. That's classic Hikaru antics, you know. The mind games already started yesterday. Like, I'm not going to show up for when they pick their opponents because nobody would pick me. Like I'm obviously so much better than Gukesh and Nodirbek that nobody would ever want to play against me. You know? What? What? Come on, man. Where do you get that? Where do you get that? And Sindarov was like, I'll play the old man. I don't want to play one of the other teenagers. Now, today's a big day for the old men because it must be said, Fabi beat Gukesh, Magnus beat Nodirbek, and Hikaru was probably winning this whole time against Sindarov. Knight f5, king b5, quickly played by Javokir. You can check from any angle, but his king will always go to b5, threatening a6, and whenever you check, he'll then attack your knight. The only way you could win this position would be knight to b8, I think. If Hikaru had the b8 square available, there might be some way to win with knight b8. Right? That would be the only thing. If his king were on c8 instead of b8, there might be some maneuver to get knight b8. But without that, I think it's a very clear draw. So if he's trying to make his face show Javokir that he's seen a win, then that's like pure hilarious theater, Merles. What a hold from Javokir. I should just switch this to equal. Should have done it a minute or two ago, but you know, I was busy blah, blah, blah talking. And I made it clear in my talking that it was going to be a draw, right? Hopefully. You don't need an eval bar to interpret what I was saying. Funny question, if the king were on c8, would there, you know, what square would the knight have to be on to check the king and then get to d7? It seems like even then you can't do it, maybe, right? Yeah, good night, Asher. See you for the next round. It's going to be must-win situations for everyone except for Sindarov and Hikaru. They've just agreed to the draw, so you've missed nothing. That is the end of that. The game ends in a draw. Fantastic matches today. So we get a 20% draw rate on the first day. Sindarov saves the very end of a terrible looking endgame against Hikaru. And look, if you want to be impressed by anything, on the increment to draw an endgame that looks that bad, was very, very impressive from Sindarov. Very, very easy to lose it or bungle it, even if there was a draw, and he may have even been losing and Hikaru didn't find it. We didn't find it either. It was very tricky. Thinking about this endgame, by the way, Merles, I don't see a way that the knight could check the king and then on the next move go to d7. Because you have to be checking the b5 square. You can't check the d7 square at the same time as the b5 square. And when the king moves away, you need to move to d7 in one move so that when the king comes back to b5, you could play knight b8. So I think even if this king were on c8, I don't see a way for black to win this endgame with the knight against the pawns. Me personally, I don't see it at the moment and can't imagine exactly how it would work. So what did we have today? We had terrible play from Firouzja and Gukesh in the opening. Gukesh almost redeemed himself by being a genius, but he still eventually went down to Fabi. Yeah. I mean, did he make Fabi sweat a little bit? At most, yes. But I almost want to say it was like slightly easy for Fabi and Keymer today. Like, I don't know. At least I should be able to say that for Vincent, right? Like, Firouzja never finished developing. I think this game was pretty easy for Vincent. I mean, he didn't have an hour left on his clock at the end or anything like that. He used his time. He's a serious lad. But I want to say there was like, yeah, there was like no point at which what Firouzja was doing made any sense to me. And he and Gukesh both chose to play the whole game with this like trapped rook on b1 or a1, bishop on d1, just not moving the pieces. So really, really poor from an opening middle game standpoint. And hard to understand how you would think that you could make the game work without, chunks of your pieces. Not just a piece, but like whole chunks, whole sides of the board not getting used or developed. Overall, thrilling games from Weissenhaus Grand Slam. The knockout phase, the classical phase has begun, and they'll have their backs to the wall tomorrow. Will the teenagers Gukesh and Nodirbek? I think maybe one of the most impressive performances perhaps was Magnus's 20-move win against Nodirbek, full of moves that I wouldn't have seen coming, that I did not see coming, that I think most chess players and chess fans across the world did not see coming. Perhaps nobody saw his moves coming. Honestly, they were so interesting. And that right there is what I'm here for. Like, why do I want to see Fischer random chess? Why do I even want to watch the best players in the world, right? When they're playing the Berlin draw, I have no desire to see them. It's true. What do I hope for? What do I want from Magnus or any other great player? That's what I want. Like that game, Magnus versus Nodirbek today, I want to see things like that and learn from them. Firouzja and Gukesh's game, I feel like I see their moves and I'm like, yeah, those are bad moves. Like I don't need to see how to beat them. Good job, Vincent. Good job, Fabi. You guys played great. You've got great skills from a sporting perspective. Bravo. But from an artistic perspective, from a scientific perspective, exploring new ideas, new positions, what really interests me is what Magnus did against Nodirbek. That's the kind of game that I replay and replay, like the next day, the next month, and maybe even a year or two down the road, right? Or years down the road. Though that's what I'm looking for. That's what I want the top players to produce. That's what I saw in the Kasparov-Karpov matches. That's what I saw in the Tal Botvinnik matches, right? But how much time do we spend replaying games from the Carlsen versus Karyakin World Championship match? Or the Anand versus Gelfand World Championship match? I just don't have that deep sense of, oh, I got to study this stuff. I got to uncover the secrets that are here. Right? But today, what Magnus did, yes, it gives me that feeling. That's what I want from the top players. I want them to teach me something, to give me something interesting. As they say, something meaty, even though I'm a vegetarian, right? But I want them to give me something to really chew on and think about, something to elevate my understanding of chess. That's what I want. That's what we got today from Magnus. And that's why I'm pumped for this whole event. So, let us hope that Gukesh and Firouzja can figure out how to play the opening so we can get a few more great games here out of some people other than Magnus versus Abdusattorov. I think by the end of the week, we can certainly hope to have seen 5 to 8 games, honestly, if we get really, really lucky. There's certainly 5 games that'll be like this Magnus versus Abdusattorov game. Games that are really just so rich and worthy of the attention of, scholars and fans of chess around the world. With that, I will bid you adieu for today. We will send you off on a raid to chess so that you can perhaps see an interview or two of some of the players from today. Perhaps Hikaru or Sindarov will be getting interviewed at this point. I am clearly more enthusiastic about this than regular Chess G Christensen. If that didn't come through in my closing remarks, then I have failed as a chess commentator. Which may be as it may be, at least I enjoyed my time today as a chess commentator. So, it's very important. If you're playing chess, you should be enjoying it. If you're commentating, you should be enjoying that. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Take care, everybody. Have a great day, night, morning, whatever it may be. And I look forward to seeing you again soon. I will continue covering every round of this event. So at least I will be here tomorrow at the same times if you choose to join me. Cheers to